Barker, you begin to come to, and you're groggy. It's as though water has just been splashed on your face, but you're not exactly sure what happens. And in your ear, you hear a gruff voice. You open your eyes to see where the voice is coming from, but you only see the streams of light beaming through the burlap sack over your head. You hear, "I'm doing this for my daughter. You're going to have to forgive me, son." And then you hear the whistle of an object flying through the air as something hits your ribs with intensity that wakes you up. The burlap sack is pulled from your head, and you see a simple man, a farmer wearing what is maybe some sort of ringmail. "They asked me to hurt you extra, and I don't like doing that kind of thing, but I got to do what I got to do." And he draws back to hit you again with a club. What do you do?
Jeremiah's eyes move to the sack that was just pulled off his head, and he sees bits of yesterday's breakfast coming dripping down off of it. He looks at the club as it's pulled back, and he moves to speak. His eyes are still a blur. He's not entirely sure who he's talking to, but he hears the whistling of what is unmistakably a weapon coming to strike him again. And he goes to speak, and whatever little ability he had to speak in the first place is now completely gone once this weapon is just blasted into him.
And it hits him again in the same spot, but a little higher. It's at that point that you realize you're shirtless. And the only thing you have is a makeshift loincloth. Your arms are stretched out on either side of you and tied to a beam, a horizontal beam. And as you look down at your feet, you see that they're tied as well. And you realize that you're being crucified.
I didn't think that there would be anything else in my stomach, but the horror of figuring out what is happening to me would propel even the lowliest bile out, dribbling out of my mouth onto the ground. How far is the ground from me, from my eyes?
From your eyes, it's a good, from where your head rests, how tall are you? How tall is your character?
I was 6'6". He's a big dude. This must be a big beam.
Yeah.
That's holding him up.
There's extra beams reinforcing this. They weren't prepped for this, so to speak, but you're on the tallest. So add at least a good 3 feet or 4 feet to your 6 foot and change.
He manages to sneak out the words as his memories begin flowing back to him, but one at a time, because he's still not entirely sure what's happening. The words kind of crawl out of his mouth as he spits down the fluid landing at the feet of this person, and he says, To what do I owe the honor? And he lets out another cough.
We'll get into all that here soon. I've got some others to wake up. And you realize that as you retch and speak, that you're straining to keep yourself breathing. You don't know exactly how long you've been hanging there, but your legs ache, your abdomen aches, and throwing up proves to you that you don't have the uses of your body that you normally would.
I imagine that it was maybe even lucky for this person to hear my question. That it just, even worse than my role-playing of it, it was very, very minuscule of a sound that came out of my mouth.
Perfect. So you see that he has some water in a dirty old bucket, and this person is moving around to the next cross, the next person being crucified. And he pulls back the bucket, and he splashes just enough on the face. And at this point, the water hits a man by the name of Mr. Matt Click.
So Ephraim would cough and sputter as the water hits his face, and he would look up weakly, squinting. Is it daytime outside at this point?
The sun is blazing down. It is probably shortly after the noon hour.
So he would squint, waiting for his eyes to adjust to this sort of searing light, and he would look this man over, this farmer. Do I know this man? Have I seen this man before?
You would know this man if you were from this area.
I think I am from this area.
Okay.
Or at least I have been for a while.
Been around enough. So, this is a man by the name of Bart Mullen. And Bart is a farmer from not too far over the hill. And you do know that he has a wife and a daughter.
Hanging on the cross, feeling my own weight sitting on my lungs, I say to Bart weakly, Bart, where's my sword?
Now listen. I don't know you so well, Mr. Sidler. I know you've been around here, but you know that I don't typically mingle with your type. I can't engage in casual conversation with you. You understand what's happening here. You know what day it is. I don't want to be doing this, but I got to do this because if it's not you and yours, it's me and mine. Your sword's with the rest of... God, this makes me sick. Everyone's things are... You don't need them anymore, so... Just... Don't talk to me.
Don't talk to you. Bart, I'm gonna get off this cross. I'm gonna come down there. I'm gonna get my sword. I'm gonna run you through, Bart.
Splash. More water in the face. If you keep talking, you're gonna die quicker, man.
That's fine by me. Do it, Bart. Do it.
I'm not going to kill you. Listen.
You are killing us, Bart. You're killing everybody out here.
Listen, your sword's it's gonna have a good home, man. It's gonna be taken care of, all right?
It doesn't belong with anyone else. It belongs with me. That sword is mine.
It did belong with you. This is it. This is it. And if I don't keep doing what I'm doing, it's it for me too. You did yours, and now I have to do mine. And he moves on to the next person, and he splashes water in the face of a broad-shouldered young man. Nate?
I was completely unconscious, and I slowly, it doesn't shock me into an alert state. Instead, my eyes just slowly open, and I cough. And I look around in just utter bewilderment. I'm young, 22. I've heard of things like this, but I've never seen this. And I look to my side and I say, "What's going on?"
Listen, I know this ain't easy. I understand. I know. But it's best if you don't talk.
I didn't do anything.
That don't matter. Now does it? I'm sorry. I'll make sure your paw's taken care of.
It should matter. And I just kind of gather in my mouth a big, as much saliva as I can in this dry, parched mouth, and futilely try to spit on him, but he's too far. Now I'm just angry, glaring, feeling sweat down my brow, just frightened and angry.
And he leans in. Bart leans in and he offers you a drink from the bucket. He knew you probably better than the others at this point.
Okay. I say, I accept the drink and I say, it's you. You know my family. How could you do this? How?
I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. I have to do this or it's me up there. It still might be me up there. Take the drink, don't talk. It's going to be over soon. I'll make sure you are all done so you're not subject to the elements.
My anger turns to resignation. I am weak-willed, inexperienced with such harshness. And I slide back down, hanging my head.
And as you do so, as your head begins to drop, sort of on the horizon, but close enough for you to make it out, you see what looks like a horse-drawn wagon of some sort dragging something, kind of getting a little closer. And it's hazy, but the dust from the road is sort of a harbinger that this carriage is getting closer. And you see Bart take notice of this carriage. And he kind of looks behind him. Oh, damn it. Come on, we got to hurry this up. I got to be done with this before he gets here.
Mullen. The Mullen family has been here for generations. It doesn't have to be like this. It's not too late. It's not too late.
Those are words. And I appreciate what you're saying. I can't even protect my family. And let's just say, I do let even one of you down off of here. You're going to go. You're going to leave. And when they do whatever they would do to me and mine, you're going to be long gone, probably dying some other way.
Damn it. And he turns into rage, his emotions. Oh, damn it, Mullen. If you don't let me down from here, I'm going to kill you and everybody who loves you. And he coughs into a fit of rage as his lungs just deflate within him.
And you can see that Bart is genuinely scared. You know, he sort of shrinks back and shudders because he believes that. And he is glad that this man is held back on this cross. So the wagon draws closer. It's at a steady pace, and it begins to come into view. It's a couple of horses, what looks like a driver, and Bart sort of hurries around as you're starting to realize that you all make up a circle with your backs facing each other, and Bart is making his way around this circle. And he looks more downtrodden than before and more sullen. And he splashes the face of a young girl that painfully reminds him of his daughter.
She cringes for a moment, feeling the cold water rushing onto her skin, and desperately she tries to even lean over and get some water off of her shoulders. She is so thirsty. Her lips are parched, they're cracked, and she can feel the pain as a little bit of blood comes down the corner of one side. She looks down at Bart, quiet for a moment. She's been listening intently, and she sees how pained he is, and she can't help but continue to try what everyone else has been doing. Bart, don't you remember? I was there with my mom at the birth of your daughter. If it wasn't for us. You owe me some. You don't owe me. You owe us. I know my sister was a rebel, but I need to find her. We can't be here. I can't be here, Bart. Please. She begs, straining at the cords, looking nervously at the oncoming horses, and then back to him, pleading.
And Bart hauls himself up on the large stone that rests in the center of the circle of these crosses. And these crosses create these looming capital letter T's. And he hauls himself up, and he cannot look you in the eye, but he offers you a drink the same that he did Garrick. He just doesn't even respond to you. He's blocking you out and ignoring what you said, and he offers you a drink from the bucket.
She takes it, utterly parched, and just looks up at him with dark brown eyes, still pleading. And finishing her gulp, she continues to stare. She says, please, Bart, please. I don't want to die here. I need to find my sister. I need to find my family. I'll do anything. Please.
It's all going to be over soon. And he walks across the stones, the large stones that are in that circle that the crosses form. He walks across and dismounts, carefully avoiding Jeremiah's cross. And he hops down as a wagon approaches. And on the back of that wagon, there's a thick rope. And that rope is tied around the waist of a very old man. His arms are already tied to the patibulum. That is the beam that will rest inside the vertical beam. And any of you who would happen to be next to this would see that there's one cross that's empty, and it stands as just a stipe, just the vertical beam. And this old man, filthy, dragged, walking God knows how long. James, you're about to be crucified.
Slowly lumbering toward his fate. Being an old man, human man, nearing the end of his life anyway. He knew when he came back into Grin that his life was going to end. He'd hoped it'd be quicker, die with your boots on type scenario, going out with a bang. But he knew that wouldn't be the case at all. He absolutely knew that he would die at the bottom of a well, broken leg, starving, falling off of one of the dismembered lord's towers, being pushed, maybe even simple freezing to death. But crucified certainly wasn't one that crossed his mind, of all the terrible ways to go. And that's all he can think about. How did I not consider crucifixion?
And a man who is dressed hotter than he should be for the weather, in layers. A striking, young-faced, handsome man hops off the wagon and he pulls a glove down and he says, "Bart, it looks like you're running on schedule, and that is very good. That is very good. I seem to have had a bit of a problem with this one, but things are under control. We're doing very well now. I need you to hoist him up quickly, and we'll need to get started. We don't want to be subject to the elements." And you see, James, this man reaches into a sack and pulls out a book. This book catches your eye. You're not sure where it's from, but it looks very old in its make, but very well kept. And he starts to thumb through it. And anyone who has an affinity for the ancient relics of the world would cringe as this man takes what appears to be a rudimentary graphite pencil and starts writing things in this book, this gorgeous book. And he says, "All right, Bart, get him up there so that we can begin." And James, Bart comes over to untie you and essentially pull you over and hoist you up to crucify you.
Seeing the book, I would almost nonchalantly, a nonchalance that comes from accepting death, but also accepting that curiosity isn't something that goes away until you're dead. And as he begins to untie me, I would turn to this other person, completely ignoring Bart, knowing exactly what's going to, what's going to happen, absolutely accepting that, and say, "Hey there, lad, I would love to get a look at that book before, well, we both know how this is going to end, so if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to ask you a few questions about it. And I would begin to almost sort of begin walking over to the other person as though that were completely acceptable.
This person, this well-dressed person, would begin to ignore you. But it seems as though maybe you spent a lot of time together very recently, and you just pushed his buttons enough, and so he loses decorum just a bit. And he says, "You will see this book, and just like the others will see this book, you're going to see this book at work. It's something that I'm very proud of, and I'm going to see you crucified before I ever see you put a hand on it." And Bart grabs the rope about your waist, and he's stronger than he looks. And he begins to pull you toward the freestanding beam that's just aching for you to be on it. What is everyone doing at this point?
Ephraim is memorizing this guy's voice. I think that the way that I'm situated, I'm hanging with my back to what's happening right now within this circle. And I hear this conversation, and I hear the voice of the old man and the voice of this man who's telling Bart what to do. And I'm memorizing every facet of his voice, the cadence of it, how he enunciates. I'm picking up any sort of dialect or accent. I'm just remembering everything I can about this guy on the off chance that I get off this cross at some point.
Kathleen is watching, observing. She's anxious, nervous, and she looks for a moment at the wizard, hoping that maybe this means they'll have a chance to be let go.
And this man stows the book away in a pouch that seems as though it was made to fit his form at his side. And he marches over and stands directly below Jeremiah. He says, "You are bigger than I remember. And I've been paid a lot of money to make sure that you suffer." And he takes a knife out, and before you can realize what's happening, he cuts off your pinky toe.
You would see before this happens, underneath the just matted beard and soggy face of sweat and blood and tears and bile, you'd see squinting eyes just look up at this man. And his pinky toe is removed so quickly. And what you hear come out of Jeremiah's mouth is nothing more than the word, "ouch." As he never loses sight of the eyes of this man, doing something very similar to Ephraim and just memorizing every feature as if he's going to draw it and hang it up in a museum.
And this man moves in such a way to avoid the spattering blood that immediately follows the toe. And the toe falls into the dirt in a nondescript way and sits there. Bart is doing his best to hoist this old man covered in dirt, bruised. And again, Bart is stronger than he looks. And he's standing on the rock and he's pulling. And James, what are you doing as he's kind of manhandling you, using the fact that your arms are tied? He's very good with leverage, and he seems to be using it as a fulcrum to kind of work you up the rock. What are you doing?
Through the pain. Well, this doesn't look like a queen. You promised me a queen.
Stranger, I don't know who you right are, but you're out of your damn mind. And shook as you slide in, as the grooves meet their purpose. Your weight falls, and the distance of your journey becomes evident. You're tired, and it's hard to breathe.
Sort of to everyone, these people that he may have seen previously but was never really friends with. Going to be a very long day.
Garrick, you feel something familiar, but you can't quite place what it is. It's like deja vu, and you can't tell if it's comfortable or uncomfortable. Kathleen, you notice something on the finger of this man. His gloved hand is ungloved, and immediately you see a ring that you recognize as your father's.
And I stare intently, just kind of sucking in my breath for a moment, just shocked and filled with dread. Has he killed my father? Has he killed my parents? What the hell's going on? And she remembers on that ring is the sigil of the two twins, the two falcons from Tall Pine Hill. Her father had been a valiant warrior for Tall Pine Hill, and he had gained the nickname Talons of the Pines when, as a standard bearer, he had to take place as the officer, as the paladin had been struck down from his horse, and him at his side continued to lead the charge. And she was terrified. Where'd you get that ring from?
I took it from someone. They didn't need it anymore.
Someone. Was there anyone else with him?
And he moves in closer, and he shifts the ring. Little Kathleen? No. I refuse to believe it. Well, hasn't the mother gifted you? I think you know where I got this ring, and we don't have time to go into the details. In fact, I think it's ugly. And he takes it off, and he sort of flicks it at your chest.
She kind of puckers her lips, and just every emotion that she feels is very evident on her face. And it's disgust and confusion. She doesn't know who this man is, and she makes that apparent. Who are you?
He pauses and he waits. You can call me Donovan.
That Donovan? I don't remember that name. And she glances down at the ring, sad at what it means, what she assumes it means that her dad's gone, but she knows she can't reach for it atop of a crucifix. Why are you doing this? And she glances at herself. I've done nothing wrong.
His eye twitches at that remark. He leans in and he says, you don't know who I am because I'm better at my job than your father was at his. And for you to say that you're not doing anything wrong, do you know the Edicts of Truth? What are the 7 names of the dismembered Lord?
Do you think I care? I'm just trying to hunt all these rabbits and bears and crap so that my family can have food on the table because my father's a farmer now. My mom's just doing the wash. I don't know what my sister's doing. I don't care what she's doing, but I do care if she's safe. You could just see the rage building in her face as she tries to keep herself from snapping at him, because that's all she could do.
He moves in, and at his shoulder level, punches what's probably the lower part of your abdomen. And he does it with a meticulous efficiency. Just, why don't we get started?
She hangs her head and just feels tears biting at her eyes, and she stares at him. She's never been one for hatred, but without a doubt, she feels it now. She glares at him, those dark brown eyes, just wishing she had her crossbow back in her hands.
And the back of his head doesn't even notice. As he walks over, and as he's resolutely doing something, he comes upon Ephraim on his left and Garrick on his right. And he looks at Ephraim and he says, You surprised me. I thought for sure you were going to join us. I mean, I would have lost money. You got it in you, though. It's too late. It's too late now. Don't make any mistake. But you, my friend, are a tortured soul. It's a shame to see it go to waste. That's all I'm saying.
I just kind of let him talk. I'm getting weaker by the moment, and my outburst at Bart earlier drained sort of the last of the strength that I had. And I'm sort of hanging there. I'm letting him talk. And I just kind of... Donovan, I may be a thief, but I'm not a thug, and I'm not a coward. Go take a leap and leave us to die.
At this point, Matt, I don't know what, but I want you to know some sort of odd secret about Donovan. And you can decide that now or you can decide that later. But I want it to be somehow, some way, you know something about him. And if you'd like to, I wanted to see if you could hint at something right now.
Yeah, sure. So I kind of keep my gaze on Donovan, and I say, you know, I might be hanging on this cross because I'm a thief, but I think you wanted me here, Donovan, because I know something. Because you were sloppy. Because you're not as good at your job as you think you are. But maybe that lieutenant of yours who just happened to disappear last week, maybe he was a little bit better.
And Donovan reaches in the same meticulous way to reach back, and as his fist pushes in, Bart steps in and stops it midair. Don't we need to get started? Of course. Of course. Of course we do. But this fine boy, look at you. How much do you weigh, young man? He addresses Garrick.
Garrick's head is still down. He glances up just ever so slightly at Donovan, and then quickly looks back down at the ground. He just shakes his head. Says, "Leave me alone." And his head rolls to the side, and he avoids eye contact with Donovan. And wherever Bart is, he would just look at Bart with this pleading look.
Bart would make eye contact with Garrick, and he would look at the ground. And for a moment, it might look as though there was some water in his eye. He doesn't even bother to wipe it away. It's too hot out here. All of you begin to feel the sun baking your neck, your back, your shoulders, your arms. And you're all probably aware enough now to recognize the small shadows that are circling the ground. Anyone from around this area would know them as a very dangerous bird. They certainly do scavenge. They are known as vulturas. Larger than your average vulture by about double, with a serrated beak. And you see that they're circling because they know that this is a place where death is going to happen. All right, Bart, it's time to get started, and I'm very excited. We're making very good time. He flips open his book, and he says, okay, like we discussed, at the base of each of your crosses, beneath your feet, there is a makeshift piece of wood. And on this piece of wood, for each cross, there's something hand-painted. You'll notice that I have taken the liberty of putting the charges that all of you are facing right there. As is the custom, Bart is going to give you all an opportunity to confess. Please take advantage of it. Don't think of this as death. Well, now I guess you should probably just think of it as death. Bart, why don't you start with the big one? And so, Barker, you see Bart, who makes certain to stay far enough away from you, because in his imagination, there's some way that you can still reach him and smash his head. And you can tell that he has rehearsed this phrase. He sort of pulls this sheet of scrap, really, of paper. On this, the anniversary of the... Do I have to read all this? Let me see Donovan go. On this, the anniversary of the dawn of truth, you are tribute to the dismembered Lord. You may confess. What are your sins?
Jeremiah Diggs looks down at his feet and he sees the upside down text. What is the primary language in this area? Is it a common language?
It would just be literally common, just a common tongue, yeah.
Okay, cool. And he's reading it upside down. And he remembers that he was the only one in his family to read and write, so him having been a soldier at one point was almost ironic. And he's able to read the word liar very clearly upside down. And he looks up and he says, in very shallow breath, "The truth is subjective. I have nothing to confess." And he spits whatever's left of the moisture that's in his stomach and mouth and throat onto the ground. It might as well be dust.
And Bart looks at Donovan like, what do I do? And Donovan gives him the glance of, just keep going, you moron. And so it appears as though Bart isn't necessarily working his way around the circle. There seems to be at least some sort of rhyme or reason to this. And so the next person he goes to is James. And he has the piece of paper, and a big droplet of his own sweat pats onto this scrap of paper, making the cheap ink run. He just crumbles it up and he looks through the crosses at Donovan and he goes, "I ain't reading that damn thing. You're being crucified for the dismembered Lord. Do you have anything that you want to confess?"
After the very long walk and everything else he's been through with Donovan, the asphyxiation of being crucified is very quickly catching up with him. But he simply says, "Son, unless that sign down there says womanizing girls half my age, well, I'm sorry. I ain't got nothing to confess to today."
Your sign says charlatan. You're being crucified as a charlatan. In the name of the dismembered Lord. Amen. And he moves around. He moves around to Kathleen. He says, "You're being crucified in honor of the dismembered Lord. on this, the anniversary of the dawn of truth, do you have anything you want to confess?
She takes a big breath, looking at Bart. This time, pity for him and his situation in her eyes. And she says, I confess, harboring a heretic against the dismembered Lord.
Your sign reads heretic, and since you have confessed your sins, they will be absolved. And then he moves around, and he makes his way again, now standing with Ephraim on the left and Garrick on the right. And he turns to Ephraim and he says, you're being crucified for the dismembered Lord. Is there anything you want to confess?
I think I'll bring my sins with me. Thanks, Bart.
All right. Your sign. Can you at least just read it or something? Like, I have to do this.
He looks down. It says burglar.
That hardly seems like something you ought to be crucified for. And Donovan looks at Bart. Like, anyhow. Best luck in the next life. So, Bart comes to Garrick and he says, you're being crucified on this, the anniversary of the dawn of truth, in honor of the dismembered Lord. Would you like to confess?
I'm already looking at the ground, but I look down a little further at my sign. And it says, conspirator. And I look at Bart and I say, I know there were conspirators in the forest. That's not why I went there. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. No one would. And I close my eyes and I picture a tree, a gnarled, huge old tree. And I see eyes open. And I shake my head out of it. I look up my arm. And look at my other arm, bound to this cross. And I look at the wood. And I see eyes just for a second. And I shake my head again. No, I have nothing to confess.
All right. All right. Well, and Bart turns around. Who of you would have been looking at Donovan at this point?
If possible, Diggs will have never broken eye contact.
Okay. You have half a second to call to him as Donovan plunges a knife into his spine. Do you do so?
Call to Bart?
If you choose to.
I see, okay.
Bart's spine. Yeah, Donovan is stabbing Bart in the base of his spine as he is finishing this and walking around. And it was very quick, very sudden.
Gotcha.
Just.
Gotcha. Yeah, Diggs will... He won't call out, but he might, when he notices, he might say something along the lines of, "Karma doesn't exist. It takes folk like us to accomplish it." And he smirks, and he wants Bart to see him smirk and smile and wonder, what? And then, boom, Donovan stabs him.
That's what happens. He looks because he's just kind of standing there, and as he's walking around, you start mumbling, probably more clearly than you had. So Bart kind of looks up, and he sees your smirk, and it's as though your smirk was in concert with the knife entering seamlessly into the base of his spine. Bart has cheap armor on. It's got plenty of holes that are very visible. And Bart begins to kind of shake and collapse. And he just... and he falls to his knees. And Donovan kicks him over. And he says, "We're performing a very important ritual here. I don't feel as though you're taking it seriously. I chose you because you have potential. It's going to be a shame what happens to your family. I'm sure you understand." And at that point, Bart knocks Donovan's feet out from under him. Because Bart is stronger than he looks. He climbs on top of him, pushes his hands into his chest, and starts punching Donovan in the face. Donovan is not a fighter, but he is crafty. And he begins stabbing Bart. What are all of you doing?
I think Ephraim would be at a loss for words. I imagine he's again facing away from the action, and he's sort of struggling to try and see what's happening with all of this commotion behind him. But he has no strength left. He can't twist his body around to see what's going on, and he would maybe glance over at Garrick, who's hanging beside him, and say, "What's happening? What's happening?"
Garrick, would you reply with what was happening?
And I wasn't looking.
Bart, get him! Get that bastard.
What's Ephraim's race?
He appears to be a human, but he has an odd look about him. He's shorter and slighter than humans typically are.
Okay, so he's just a short, slight human.
Yeah.
He's just a short, slight human.
He's just a
Hey man, I'm more than a race.
Yeah. Yeah, no, Jeremiah doesn't say anything.
I would simply begin sort of wheezing and chortling at the same time as much as is possible when you were being crucified.
Tim, is the dagger laying anywhere?
At this point, Donovan is still holding the dagger.
Okay.
He was knocked down, but he's using it as much as he can to try to get glancing blows and slices and stabs in. At this point, Bart's very strong, but he has been stabbed, and that's beginning to show. The blood is sort of soaking Donovan and the ground.
He's weak, but I feel like it would be unlike Jeremiah Diggs to not at least try to pull himself off of this cross. So, is it possible? I mean, he attempts to do that with his weak frame. You got these birds circling overhead. You got the sun baking him. You got his pinky toes gone. I'm not sure how that much is going to stop him, but he's going to try to pull against the ropes and try to get some sort of leverage to get off of this thing. What happens?
The first attempt is not enough, but it gives you the information you need as a warrior, as a soldier. The first failure is just the first attempt to succeed. And so the first time you pull, you realize that you're weaker than you thought. But what thought, what memory or idea is giving you the strength to begin to push the horizontal beam off of the vertical beam? Tell me what it is.
A memory of people. A memory of a woman, brunette hair, matted from working in fields all day, sitting across a dining table from him, eating something that he had just cooked, and a small child looking exactly like his mother, sitting on his left in their farmstead. And what does it is knowing the location of his farmstead and knowing that just over the horizon, over a few foothills, there is smoke rising where it shouldn't be. And you'll see his shoulders pop out of their sockets and lift in some sort of immensely painful press this beam over the top of the vertical one as he attempts to fall forward onto the ground.
And you surprise yourself that you don't stop when you feel your shoulders begin to remove themselves from where they belong. And as your shoulders dislocate, anyone can hear the sickening pops. And you just get the hole in the horizontal beam to teeter and grind, and as you push, you surprise yourself with how hard your face hits the ground, because your legs are still bound to this cross. And for a brief moment, you're unconscious. Anyone who's watching the fight sees Donovan finally make purchase with the dagger through the bottom of Bart's chin, stabbing him through the mouth from under the jaw. And he stands up and he... This is frustrating. And he comes over and he kicks you in the side, Jeremiah. Just, you're all ruining it. And it's because of that garbage. And he points to Bart. Anyone who's anyone would know that this day is the anniversary of an event in Dragongrin called Lightfall. This is not what the winners call it. This is what the losers call it. This was the day when the dismembered lord overtook the forces of good, and his clutch became firm on the land of Dragongrin. And so Donovan begins to pace, and he grabs the book, and his hand is shaking, and there's blood smearing on the pages. De la Ra, Sif. He brought an old traitor. He brought a stupid farm boy. These are not the things that you bring before the dismembered lord. These are not the offerings. Look what I have brought. And he comes across, and he grabs the sweaty, dirty side of this old wizard, and he looks at the sign that says charlatan, and he says, "Oh, look what I have brought for the dismembered lord. It looks like we're going to have to speed up the ceremony, or we'll all be subject to the elements." And you can see that a dark cloud, slightly red, is roiling over the horizon. Seems like it might be an hour away, maybe 2. And you can tell that Donovan is flustered, and he's flipping through the pages of a book with Bart's blood on him. What are you all doing?
Upon hearing what he had to say, excited about having brought this wizard, unbeknownst to him, simply an old man covered in faded tattoos, geometric and glittering, squares and odd other jagged shapes. And he would say, "It's mighty nice of you to put me above these others here. Oh, I know I'm gonna die, but thanks."
Oh, but I know who you are, old man. They might not, and no one ever will again. But I know what you've done. I know who you are, and the dismembered lord will be very pleased. In fact, I need to make sure that things begin going to plan, because I've invited some pretty big people to come and see this today. It's going to be fantastic, I assure you. And he walks around to Kathleen, and he walks around to Ephraim, and he walks around to Garrick, and he steps on the back of Jeremiah, walking in a circle, and he says, "Have you ever seen a war maker up close? It's like an act of God himself. It's going to be marvelous. I'm sure they'll be here before the storm.
When he mentions war makers, Ephraim goes pale, paler than he already is, and he would instinctively tense, and the bonds that are holding him to this crucifix would strain against it. He starts breathing heavy. He looks, and he sees, just out of his line of vision, he sees Jeremiah. He sees this huge man unconscious on the ground with a cross on top of him. And Ephraim knows that their only chance of getting out of here, that their only chance of escaping meeting war makers, is to get this beast of a man up so that he can rip Donovan in half. He looks frantically. He sees Donovan standing there holding this book. Where is Donovan's dagger right now?
I would say at this point, he has hastily tucked it into his belt, almost absent-mindedly.
There's this thing that Ephraim can do that he's never quite been able to control, that he's never quite understood, but it's always been there when he needed it most. And he's never done it intentionally, and he's never attempted it on his own. But he sees Jeremiah standing there. He hears the word War Maker echoing in his mind, and he looks at Donovan, and he spreads his hand, and the dagger tugs once, twice, and flies out of Donovan's belt. It spins end over end, and Ephraim grabs it. And he turns it around, and the blade cuts into his wrist as he's fumbling with it with one hand that's bound against the thing, and he starts sawing at this leather strap that is holding him to the crucifix, and he feels the dagger biting into his wrist as he's doing this, but he keeps cutting to try and get one arm free.
Jeremiah, you come to, and within inches of your eyes is a well-made, smallish boot. This is clearly Donovan's foot.
My feet are still strapped to the cross, correct?
They are. Unless you want to change that.
I would absolutely like to change that, and I would try to do it as quietly as possible. I imagine that he's a little detained, his attention is a little detained with his wondrous prisoner when contrasted with the rest of us scum. But yes, he's absolutely going to try to pull his feet from the ropes, which are probably a little loosened, maybe, I imagine, now that he's fallen forward.
That's what I would think, too. I would say that it's more of a tangle of ropes than a knot at this point. So you may describe to me what sort of leverage you're getting with your face in the dirt and your arms out of their sockets. I think to do this, the last thing Donovan's going to need to hear is your shoulders popping back into joint. So why don't you describe to me how you pop your shoulders back into joint to achieve this?
Yeah, I think what's going to happen is, all right, so Diggs's feet are still strapped into the cross. The only way to get him out is to pull them upward. He can't get them out either way, a different way, obviously. He is going to somersault forward. He has visions of combat training, and his somersault forward will remove his feet harshly, it's not clean, from the ropes. And at the end of the somersault, his arms, which are forced behind him where the beam is, will pop back into their sockets, and he's holding the beam forward with his just brawn. And he's going to attempt to shove it forward into Donovan's head.
Now, I would like to interject here
For sure.
while this is happening.
By saying, "Go Jeremiah," right? That's
Go
what you want to do.
Jeremiah, hey! No, I'm gonna call out and tell Donovan that I know. No. So, hanging on the cross, I can see what has transpired for Jeremiah, seeing him faceplant and sort of cringing as he passes out, hitting the ground. But I see him coming back too, and I realize his dilemma. And basically, what I'd like to do is using something that I haven't done in years, but I remember some of the words and my hands. They're out near, bound near the end, and one of them begins sort of moving, and it looks as though it's tugging at ropes that aren't there. And it's at that moment that a nearly invisible spectral hand appears, as hidden as possible, but begins to tug at the ropes on Jeremiah's feet as he is trying to escape them. Doing so in such a way that simply helps him out, makes sure that he can get out, but trying not to make a very big deal of it.
And Jeremiah is probably unaware of this, but as his feet begin to pull, what would have happened was his feet would have probably been snagged on that final loop from the tangle of rope. And as he went to somersault forward, it would have been a thing that was possible, but would have taken much more brute force to push through a rope. And you can see that as his feet begin to push, this spectral hand with a single finger just lifts up the rope just in time as Jeremiah flips forward, and a dual popping, just the knife has flown into Ephraim's hand, but then that popping, and Donovan turns and says, "The hells?" Jeremiah, what does it look like when you hit Donovan in the face with this piece of wood?
His nose turns into an innie nose, and same with every single bone in his face crunches inward, and the sound sounds just very similar to what Jeremiah's heard back on the farm when he slaughters his cows or pigs, and just the crunch of bone, and in his face would immediately become unrecognizable. Like there's not an HD slow motion camera in the world that can capture what happened, only the before and after.
And the sickening crunch hides the fluttering of feathers, Garrick, as a shadow becomes very large over you. And this Voltura is trying his hand at a meal. And you see that this bird that looks far bigger, this close to you, begins to claw at you. Just, and it's testing to see if you have any strength left and if you can do anything back. What happens?
I do have a lot of strength. I mentally have nearly shut down, but feeling this, I realize the desperation of this situation, and I start just flinging my head wildly. My hair is just whipping, and I'm screaming, "Ah!" And and I imagine the bird takes off pretty quickly after this.
It does. And it was contested. It wasn't sure. It was testing the waters. But you do have some scrapes, these talon marks that are so fresh they're not even bleeding yet. and everyone would notice that the shadows begin to grow larger, and they're swooping and looming. And Kathleen, as Donovan is hit in the face, this instant mush, this crushed face, he begins to stumble over, and he falls onto your cross, his hands finding purchase on you as you are the only thing he can grab to keep himself up as he is spitting parts of his inner mouth.
Kathleen, seeing this grotesque innie of a nose and face, she's just absolutely disgusted, and feeling his slimy hand suddenly on her stomach, her feet are bound too, but she has just a little bit of wiggle room that she just quickly moves a leg up, just kind of kneeing him in the chest, just to get him the hell off of her as much as she can, and screams down at him to get off me.
And he can't necessarily talk very well yet, and he's reeling from this, and he's sort of stumbling around. Ephraim, what's happening there with that dagger?
I think that this dagger is pretty sharp, belonging to Donovan. I think it's probably a pretty well-maintained weapon, and so I've managed to cut through the bond on my left arm, and I've cut up my wrist and my palm pretty bad, struggling to essentially saw something with my hand like this, and I immediately go to my right arm and cut that in one motion, just because I have the strength of my arm now, and then I reach down and start working on my legs, and I see Garrick struggling with this massive bird, and I just say, hang on, I'm getting you.
And you do so. So you're free. Ephraim, you're free, and you're assisting Garrick in this, just like you said, these birds are circling, and it seems as though there's not as much action going on there, so they're being opportunistic, but you're sort of helping. Now, the problem with that is that one of these birds, Ephraim, a little larger, as it swoops in, you see that it's got this scar across its eye. Now, this bird has probably eaten many, and it comes in and it flutters just right in front of you, and unless you can do some fancy footwork, manages to tangle you up and not necessarily knock you over, but you might even go to one knee.
Yeah, I imagine that if this thing's getting up in my face as I'm trying to help Garrick, I would probably fall to the ground and try and just put my hands up over my face so this thing can't claw my eyes out.
And so, Garrick, we come to you. This is unfortunate timing, but I think your time's done. You're beginning to suffocate. The bird was just too much. You're a miller's son. You're no hero. And so, describe to me what it looks like as you die.
I'm sinking down, and I have no strength left. And I look down at my legs. I've seen what Jeremiah has done, and I wish I had the strength to do that, but I don't. I look again with desperation to my arms. And I see the eyes again. The eyes are wide. My ears start ringing. I hear a whisper. It sounds, it's mingled with my death rattle. But I hear a voice in it. And it says, "Say it. Say the words." And I say, I remember the words. A journey. In exchange for power. And all of a sudden, as I'm looking at my arms tied to the cross, the ropes aren't loosening, but the wood is actually shrinking. And I slide face first. Anyone listening would just hear me land on my head.
And you feel alive, but at a cost. And we're going to take a break.
This is the most fun I've ever had being crucified.
Yeah, guys, so
7 out of 5.
loving it, man.
This is ridiculous.
Loving it.
Jeez.
Loving it. So, thank you for everyone tuning in. I haven't been in the chat on purpose. I've really been trying to stay in this game and keep the tone, and you guys are all funny people, so you make me laugh. So I've been staying out of the chat, and I'm sorry. Hopefully everyone else is in there farting around. But we're going to take a very quick break, probably 5-7 minutes, let everybody breathe. And then we'll come back and probably do some intros at that point, just to let everybody introduce themselves, and then we'll jump back in and see if these cats make it out alive.
Obligatory break time message. Cody Felon's name is actually Cody Feeland. Just so you know.
Hey, everybody. I see you talking about me there, Cody.
They just want your attention, Nate.
They're getting it. What Tim said is so true. You know, if you really want to stay deep in it, sometimes the chat can can pull you out and make you laugh.
Yeah, I've learned that if I am currently talking, I cannot look at the chat or it will stop my thought train in its tracks.
Yeah, dude, I'm jumping in there now. It's hard enough with this chat. You guys are funny enough. I cannot deal with another 30 or 40 people making great jokes.
We've been pretty funny too in this chat. We've been pretty hilarious.
It has been a lot of really like. So if you see me, and I'm like, saying something really grim and grisly, and everyone's laughing, it's that or they're all serial killers.
One or the other.
Why not both?
Why not a little from column A, a little from column B? Whew. I think we have everyone back. I know Cassie, it looks like you're taking a bite of food, so if anyone needs a second. But what I want to do is from my left to right, we're going to go through and we'll do some intros. I didn't want to do that at the beginning of the game. It just didn't feel right. I wanted to jump right in and just like plunge into the swimming pool and then not emerge until the break. So I'm Tim. I'm with the table Channel Top Terrors. I'm with the channel Tabletop Terrors with my brother James there, who's playing the magic user whose name we don't know yet. Even me, as the dungeon master, I don't know what his character's name is. And you're watching the first campaign that I've ever run in our own world of Dragongrin. And you can check out, if you're interested in this game and you want more of this kind of tone, we have supplements that we write at absolutetabletop.com. And if you click on the Tabletop Terrors link, you'll see that there are some Dragongrin books. There's also a lot of really good books from Matt Clicks Aronoff and from Be a Better Game Master, who writes sick advice books. So I'm actually going to throw it to you first, Barker. Why don't you introduce yourself as little or as much as you want, and then throw it over to Cassie.
Cool. My name is Barker. I run the game Be a Better Channel Master. Stealing that joke. I'm going to run with it a few yards. I am also 1/4 of Absolute Tabletop, and this is the most fun I've ever had in a session 1. I apologize to you, Matt, but I think you're going to agree with me. This is the most immersive session 1 that I've ever been in. I'm playing a character, Jeremiah Diggs, and I love the idea of Jeremiah growing as the game progresses. I'm not entirely sure who he's going to become, but I have a few cool ideas. And I've been watching a lot of Kill Bill lately, so I feel like Jeremiah is going to be modeled based on some of my inspirations. So thank you all for watching. This is super dope. And, shameless plug. Next Friday the 24th, Winds of Sir Celine, next session is going to happen, and it's going to be awesome. But, yeah, thank you all for tuning in, and I'm going to pass it to Cassie.
Thank you for joining us, everyone. I am Cassie. I'm playing Kathleen Rain tonight. And I'm a ceramic artist. This was an AbTab coaster that I forgot and I've been using happily. I have my business.
That was a ceramic coaster.
I'm going to be running the business Porch Pottery soon. Hopefully I'll get some more information at another time. But back to D&D. James?
My name is James. I am 1/4 of Absolute Tabletop and 1/2 of Tabletop Terrors. So basically, if Tim goes before me in this, I just say all the things that he said. So far, I'm really excited to play because despite the fact that Tim and I, this is our world, we've decided that when we DM for each other in this world, anything goes, and we'll figure out the details later, or hammer it out later. So there's no problem of I have no idea. Tim can do anything, and it makes it just as exciting for me as for everyone else, and I love that.
Mr. Matt.
I am Matt. I run the channel Fistful of Dice, and I don't agree, Barker. And in fact, I'm seriously offended that you would say something like that to me. No, I'm kidding. This is an amazing first session. I'm super into it, super immersed, and I'm having a great time. I am playing Ephraim Seidler, who is a rogue, my very, very favorite class in Dungeons & Dragons, but he has some misunderstood magical abilities that may come from in his family lineage, which I hope to uncover together in this campaign and learn more about where he comes from and where his abilities come from. So I don't really have anything to plug, but I will say that James and Barker, along with Cassie and Heather, are going to be visiting me in the Seattle area. As my dog plays with a squeaky toy, are going to be visiting me in July, and we're going to be making a bunch of videos and posting them to our channels and to the Absolute Tabletop Facebook page, and Babs will be there, and it'll be great. So I hope you guys enjoy what we're going to be working on.
All right, Mr. Nate.
Yes. My name is Nate, and you can find me on YouTube at WASD20 and WASD20.net, and also sellswordmaps.com. And Matt, do you want to mention something now, or?
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Please go.
Okay. Matt said he forgot to mention something. So anyway, I am playing Garrick. What's my last name again? That would be good information. There you go. I'm reading it backwards. Garrick Brownleaf. And I am the son of a miller. I'm pretty young. I'm learning the trade, and I think just became a warlock, I guess, about 10 minutes ago here. So see how that goes.
Matt, what did you forget?
Oh, I was going to mention, Cassie was talking about her pottery and stuff, and I actually have, I don't know if you can see the candle burning in the background, like right over my shoulder here, but that's a candle holder that Cassie made for us, so it's really awesome, and I've got a candle burning in it right now. So.
I want to see it, or later.
Yeah.
I was going to say...
I'll grab it.
I was going to say, if you want to grab it, because Cassie's pottery is excellent, and I wouldn't say that if it wasn't. I just wouldn't say anything.
No, I would lie to everybody because Cassie's such a good friend of mine, but I don't need to. That's the good part.
That's the good part.
Look at that pottery.
Yeah, it's really good.
You gotta click on him.
Oh, you gotta click on Matt
because we're all talking.
Oh, Matt, I messed up. He's got headphones in. He's gonna wait. It's gonna be, you know what?
Okay, well they all saw the thumbnail of it. It's cool.
Yeah,
They saw the.
Sorry, I didn't click on you, man, until the very end.
I'm not getting back up. So
no, you're good. No, you're good.
You do later have to rewatch all of us trying to contact you.
Yeah.
And realize
Matt, no, you have headphones, Matt.
You're really.
I'm getting texts and Facebook messages. Wait.
So I do want to say one more thing that excited me a lot about this game, and then we're going to jump back in. Nate mentioned, he's like, what was my last name again? Which might sound a little weird, but we all decided that this was going to be a sandbox campaign. So I don't have some master plot. This is not, even this session, I'll show my notes probably in a video tomorrow, James and I will film, but I didn't have a lot of this planned. And so this is really cool because we're all just getting together and telling a story. So I'm super stoked because I don't even know James's character's name. Most of these characters, I don't know their backgrounds, like what's going on, and we're going to figure it out together, and I love it. Are you guys ready to jump back in?
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
Garrick, you're unconscious, but you're feeling safe. And it's half waking. Your eyes seem like they're closed, but they're not, but they're open. In this sort of dream state, you see something very beautiful that you can't place, and you feel something very powerful, but perhaps dangerously powerful. And as you begin to come to, you feel stronger. But you also feel as though you're being watched. Donovan is reeling at this point. Ephraim holds the dagger that he used to kill Bart, and his face has just been smashed in by Jeremiah. What are you all doing?
I think I'm fighting off a giant vulture at this point that is kind of flapping its wings and scratching at me. I'm probably keeping my hands over my face, but trying to get the dagger into it, and eventually trying to wrestle it underneath me so I can put my knee into it and just finish it off quickly, trying to slit its throat. I'll go ahead and make the first roll of the night, right, and do a strength check.
Sounds great.
And that's a 20. Not natural, but modified 20.
All right. Oh, man. I just swear to God that this is also a 20.
Oh.
So what? So what is...
You can't forget the Dragongrin house rule. All rolls are made at disadvantage.
The Dragongrin house rule. So, the thing that I would say is, I believe that you're stronger than this bird, but I think that it's just a very kind of fluid creature. You know, vultures have longish necks, and it's more difficult to grab than, say, a person. So there's not much to make purchase on. So I will say that you're able to wrestle it to the ground, but it also escapes and flies away.
And I imagine I'm pleased with that outcome. As long as it's not actively attacking me, I'm good.
They would, over this commotion, or rather, if the bird flies away and things settle down just a little bit, they would hear an old man wheezing. When you get a moment there, if you could, one of you maybe get me down from here.
And me too. Please. Kathleen's just sitting there on the cross, just watching everything.
Donovan is scrambling away from where he thinks Jeremiah Diggs is. He's scrambling away, and he's beginning to come to his feet. He's composing himself as best he can with a shattered face. And he stands up and and his front teeth are just missing. They're gone. His nose is bent and smashed in. His eyes have immediately blackened. His face has split in multiple places from blunt force impact. And he looks at Jeremiah, and he looks at all of you, and he runs for the cart, the wagon, and his horse.
If no one else acts first, I will try and throw the dagger into his leg. I want him alive, but I don't want him getting away. So I'm gonna roll for that too.
Go for it.
So that's gonna be a 22.
It absolutely hits. I want you to tell me what part of his leg.
So it's a clumsy throw because I'm I'm on the ground and bleeding from some cuts from this vulture, and I see him take off, and I kind of just roll over and just almost just kind of huck it in the general direction of him as I roll, and the dagger sinks into the calf of his left leg and actually goes all the way through, just right through the meat of it, bypassing the bone, and the tip sticks out the front of his shin.
His chin is like a plow as it grinds through the hard, unworked ground of Dragongrin. And he grinds to a halt a few leaps away from his wagon. And he's barely conscious, if that.
Jeremiah's first thought, because it's Donovan is at the very least losing consciousness. He's kind of back and forth on the ground. He'll smell embers, burning embers, and he'll look over the horizon and he'll see that smoke that's still there. And his first thought is to just run for it. But he looks to the man that is hanging above the word charlatan. He knows that no mere man, not even a man as trained and as strong as Jeremiah Diggs, could have pulled out of that rope easily. Maybe it was impossible completely, but he looks to him and he knows who saved his life. He's going to do what he can to get these people off their crosses while simultaneously making sure that Donovan either stays unconscious or dead before he goes to check on his family.
So how do you respond to that, nameless charlatan?
I would simply look over and sort of just expecting and silently, or rather not silently, probably say it out loud. Seems it won't be crucifixion after all. But Vultura is still on the table.
Donovan isn't moving. Kathleen, what are you doing? Are you still hanging there? Dying?
Yes. I have no magic. My weapons have been stripped. I'm only 5'6". I certainly don't have Jeremiah's strength. And I am stuck. I am really stuck right now.
You might hear Jeremiah's voice as he looks to Kathleen and he sees her kind of looking around for a way to escape, given that our captor is now on the ground. And he says, "1 second, girl. I'll be there shortly."
Thank you. Thank you.
And Garrick, are you still unconscious, or are you coming to?
I would imagine anyone near me would just hear kind of a low groan as I roll over from my face, get my body out of this kind of pretzel that that it's crumpled into, and just roll over on my back and look up at the sky in disbelief that I'm alive.
And as you look up at the sky, you see this malformed object that was a cross. It was two separate beams that were put together. But now it seems to be something very different. And where you were, Garrick, is an odd-shaped tree sprouting from the ground, sprouting from the rocks that it's next to. What does that tree look like?
It's it's gnarled. There aren't any real leaves on it, but it's just this thick then thin bump here, just gnarled hunk of wood. The grain just running and flowing in odd ways. And I remember the tree that I had visited several times in the woods.
Ephraim comes to his feet and goes over to you, Garrick, and he kind of wipes some blood from his face and reaches down, looking at you and then looking up at what used to be the cross. And he says, "That was a neat trick. Here, come on."
And I accept the help up, and I crack my back, just and I feel odd. I say, let's help these others down.
Yeah, of course. And I move to help the others. I feel comfortable that Donovan has that dagger in his leg. I don't think he's going anywhere.
He's certainly not.
I would kind of glance briefly over at Jeremiah and say, "We need him alive, right?"
Jeremiah gives you a look of shock, abhorrent shock of what are you thinking?
And I would just kind of shake my head and say, "For now, I need to know where my stuff is. I need to get my sword back."
You can ask him those questions on the cross, right? And he motions, just looks toward any one of these crosses that are still standing and whole and have their ropes completely intact, insinuating that Donovan might find his final place at one of them.
Ephraim doesn't appear to be fully comfortable with that. He sort of makes an odd face, and but wouldn't protest it. You're much older and much bigger than he is, so he just sort of wordlessly nods and heads over to the others to help them down from their crosses.
So Kathleen's cross would probably be the one that was least marred, sliced, cut in this. And so as Ephraim makes his way around, Ephraim, would you help Kathleen first, or this nameless wisecracking wizard?
You know, I see that the wizard, even though he's an old man, seems to be at least loosening the bonds on his cross, so I would head over to Kathleen first, and I would sort of clamber up the cross very, very deftly. I'm small, I don't weigh very much, and even though this cross is sort of slick and sheer, I just kind of leap up, grab one of the arms, and yank myself up and sort of straddle it. So I'm above Kathleen, and I say, "Excuse me, miss," and I start cutting the bonds on her arms first.
as she feels the bonds start to cut away and one hand is freed, she twists her wrist casually and looks up at him and gives a small smile. Thank you. I wasn't sure how long we would be stuck here, but I'm glad it's over. Once done, she would drop to the ground, thankfully not on her head, like some other folks. And she would turn to the cart and look at Donovan. First, she would reach down. She picks up this ring, twisting it onto her own hand and stroking the twin falcons for a moment. And she goes up to Donovan, and it looks like she's about to punch him in the face. And she grabs his hair, pulls his head back, and then looks at his face, kind of cringes, and then drops him, and instead goes to the cart to see if any supplies are there.
So you begin to sort of rummage through the cart. It is pretty sparse what's in there, and it's nice for the area. You might find some common supplies, maybe some candles, some bedrolls, and things of that nature. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Definitely a weapon. I would love to find my crossbow that my family had worked hard, or me and my father had worked on hard to fit, a woman, because they're so hard to string. But even a dagger, just something, especially with those Vulturas still looming above us.
Sure.
I feel naked without something in my hand.
Yeah, so you can continue to rummage through those things to try to find your possessions, absolutely. Yeah. This nameless wizard, as you're slipping from your bonds, perhaps using a spectral hand, perhaps not. What does it look like when you get off of this cross, bringing your words and making them true, that it's not going to be crucifixion, at least?
So, as he's slowly slipping from his bonds, as you said, unbeknownst necessarily to anyone, though, it took a lot of time and distraction, he eventually gets one arm out, very, in a pretty rickety manner, and struggling. He finally gets one arm out, and then Jeremiah comes over, and he comes and sort of begins to help him and muttered thank yous, like very under the breath, and just sort of, he won't be ready to be grateful until he's entirely off this cross. And so, Jeremiah is helping him, and he undoes his legs, but I fall down, and Jeremiah is helping, and he tries to catch me, and Jeremiah would feel as I fall down, he's very large, and he'd be able to catch me, but he would feel my body weight almost dissipate for a moment, as I for just a very brief moment became weightless. But it's probably in his mind, because moments later, the full weight of this, the maybe 120-pound old man it falls upon him, and sort of just, again, finding his feet, muttered thank yous. And he would say, Jeremiah, was it? Well, I owe you many thank yous. My name is Rudy. My name is Randolph. We'll stick with Rudy for now. Again, many thank you.
And Kathleen, for a moment, while rummaging, she looks around for a moment, also taking a brief moment to take the tarp that's been covering some stuff and just wipe off the Donovan's blood that was on her stomach from when he stumbled on her after being smacked in the face. And she looks over to the smoke but Jeremiah's been glancing at, and a look of concern passes over her face, and she looks at the others. She knows this area. She knows these fields, these woods. She's grown up here her whole life, and after her father taught how to hunt, or at least the basics, she's familiar with the occasional wildfire. And she knows that this grass has been dry for a long time. It's going to spread in no time. We have to get out of here soon. It's not going to take long for that smoke to reach us.
Yeah.
You'll get a stern look from Jeremiah as he says, I plan on going nowhere but directly toward that smoke. Because he knows exactly where it leads. He knows what lies at the epicenter of it. He looks up at Ephraim, and then he looks down at the leg of Donovan, hoping to maybe perhaps pull the knife out of Donovan's leg to help Ephraim cut down anybody that he's helping off the cross. But he realizes he already took it. Unbeknownst to him, the sly bastard already took the knife. And there's, in the back of Donovan's leg, there's a gaping, bloody hole, just way too large. It was obvious that he purposefully pulled it out at an angle to keep Donovan there on the ground indefinitely.
Yeah, Ephraim does have the dagger. He sort of tucks it into whatever scrap of clothing he's currently wearing. I imagine just some ripped trousers or a loincloth or something. He just sort of tucks it into the waistband, and he looks towards that smoke and kind of mulls over what everyone is saying and says, he mentioned war makers. We have to leave before the war makers get here. We can't be here when they get here, but I need to know where my stuff is. I need to get my sword back.
Chances are, why would the war makers go to a place that's already been devastated? If we get close to the fire and burn the brush around us, we can stand in the middle of that, and the fire will pass around us. And it won't burn, and then we can go through it. Unless you want to take the long way around, but I can't guarantee how long that might take. And Kathleen reaches into the wagon once more to pull out a longbow and a quiver. Certainly not her trusty crossbow, but it's something.
There is no longbow and quiver in that wagon. Everything else you said is great, but that is no bueno. Sorry.
Okay.
In fact, you would find that there's plenty of food. There's some bedrolls. There's some probably common supplies. But yeah, sorry. In fact, you pull out what you think is a longbow, but it's not. It's actually sort of just a pole for a tent. But it looks like it's got give, and then, it's not. But Donovan does roll over, and he's not going anywhere. But he rolls over and he says, "You're all fools. Do you see that smoke? That's what it looks like when war makers are headed somewhere." And he kind of slouches back and leans on his two elbows, bleeding out from his leg. He says, and he looks to the storm that's been slowly rolling in, and it got dangerously close. And thunder rumbles, and wind begins to lightly sweep across. You have some time, but the storm's coming in. He says, "You're a fool because now we'll all be subject to the elements." And he closes his eyes and he puts his hands behind his head and he lays there, just waiting for whatever it is you're going to do with him.
I imagine that waiting lasts maybe less than a second before he's strapped to a cross by Jeremiah and anyone else who wanted to help him.
Rudy would not be able to physically help him, but would sort of do the looking over his shoulder and like telling him what he should do as he's doing it. Like, oh yeah, now, tie his arms on there. Well, that is the obvious next step. Of course, that's what I'm doing. But I feel like Jeremiah would sort of just continue what he's doing as more or less Rudy narrates this crucifixion.
Garrick, what do you think about that, man?
Yeah, I guess Garrick wouldn't. Garrick is actually a little bit distracted right now. Anyone who looks would actually see Garrick trying to break a branch off this tree that has sprung up. And he's having a bit of a rough time of it. But he's got one kind of hanging, but it's not coming.
I imagine it's that like sapling style where the skin is just a little too thick almost, and it is green and bleeds like it's pulling down. It doesn't just break off dry.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm tearing at this thing. I'm halfway there.
I think Ephraim kind of watches Jeremiah hoist Donovan up onto the cross, and he seems to be wrestling with something, and then he just kind of looks at Jeremiah and says, "We can't leave him up there. If we can't do what he does, let's just find out where our stuff is, kill him, and be done with it."
Much as I would love to walk away knowing that he died on that cross, Ephraim was it. I do believe Ephraim is right. Putting him on the cross on this day of all days. Well, I'm not entirely comfortable paying that to the dismembered lord. Wow. I feel we've got a bit of a dilemma.
We need to pay something to the dismembered lord. He looks directly to you, Randolph or Rudy or whoever the hell you are. And he's strapping in the left arm of Donovan right now. He says, "What are you, some sort of..." And his eyes turn to Kathleen, and just for a second, and he says, "Heretic?"
Kathleen just scrunches her nose at him, just annoyed with the word. And I praised the lords, the gods of the harvest, and good health. I care not for the dismembered lord. I do care about getting out of the way of these war beasts that I've never heard of, and I too need to find my family. This guy, Donovan, this sick, disgusting human being, he's just going to die here. I don't care if he's on the cross or not.
And sort of immediately as you said that, Jeremiah, Rudy immediately backs down. He does mention the fact that, we're kind of, like Ephraim said, doing what he said, but you get absolutely no argument from Rudy. He's more of the sort of mention it, but not necessarily fight for it. Kind of like, okay, you're a lot bigger than I am, and I'm an old guy, so do your thing, man.
I'm not leaving anything here for the dismembered lord. The edicts of the dismembered lord are why we were up on those crosses mere minutes ago. I'm not leaving anything for him.
I agree. And I now have this branch. And I say, let us offer him a quick death if he tells us where our belongings are. Why not?
Jeremiah says, "I'm just putting him on the cross. You do with him what you will." And he looks to the smoke. Now, Tim, would I knowing that my family's homestead is right there in the midst of that smoke, would it be stupid of me to go there? Like, is that to me like, do I need to run away? Something like that? Because right now, Jeremiah's looking at Kathleen like, you don't understand. I'm going that direction, at least for an hour. I need to check on my family.
Sure. So I think that the first thing I'll tell you is that where all of you are is on a bit of a cliff face. So it's not terribly high, but it's high enough that you can't get down that way. So you're looking out, and this has been happening on a bit of a cliff face. Now you're far away from the edge, but if you continue down a ways, you know that there's an edge, and I'm not exactly sure how high it is, but you're not jumping it, kind of a thing. So you have to go back through these. It's essentially a small pass that goes through where two other cliff sides guide you down, and it opens up to where you'd be able to go. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that you would know exactly what's going on in that farm, in that homestead, and based on what I know, I don't think stupid, smart, or anything, you would be headed there. My thought. Because you know exactly what's going on there.
Yep.
Donovan is, at this point, he's unconscious. And he's just on the cross.
And Diggs begins to walk away toward that pass that you were talking about, Tim, and he kind of looks to the others and says, "Do with them what you will."
Now, just a question. This cart was pulled by a person, or there's a horse attached to it, or...
There are 2 horses attached to the cart. And it has a seat that would comfortably fit 3, but you could probably cram 4. And then its back is a flatbed, and it's got some canvas-covered goods. So there's 2 horses affixed to it.
And, seeing Jeremiah walking away, again, unconcerned of the fate of Donovan, who will very soon be either asphyxiating or bleeding out or just something, sort of calls out to Jeremiah. If it's all the same to you, I'd rather not walk it. And sort of pointing back toward the perfectly good horses and cart that we came in. Or rather, that I came attached to.
You'd see that. You'd see a smile cross Jeremiah's face for the first time, revealing strangely nice and straight teeth compared to many of the other people in this area.
Kathleen would she'd be holding that tent pole in her hand and kind of smack it against the ground in her hand to see if maybe it would withstand hitting something at least once. And looking to Jeremiah for a moment, she looks a little calmer, still concerned about, the impending smoke and the storm coming, but she kind of nods at him and says, "I agree, let's take the cart. My family's in that direction too, or hopefully I can find something left of them or my sister."
And Ephraim, you would recoil slightly with your nimble reflexes as you hear the fluttering that you once heard. And an enormous Voltura swoops in and lands on the back of Donovan's cross. And it looks, and it cocks its head. And it casually begins to scrape the back of his head with its claws. Testing, seeing if he's awake, and he doesn't respond.
I see this happening, and I'm standing under Donovan, and I just kind of take a breath and I look around and I see one of those buckets of water that Bart was throwing on us. And I slosh the water up into Donovan's face, hoping to wake up Donovan, but also scaring away this creature.
And as the water hits Donovan's face, it washes away some of the blood. And you can see the malformed shape that really is now his face. Without the caked, dried blood, there's clarity. And with that clarity is a bit of horror. And the bird does. It sort of... It flutters up and then begins to circle sort of low. And you all realize that the shadows of the Volturas now dance quickly and pull and push because they're very close to the ground. And they start squawking louder than ever. And it looks like they're trying to figure out who they're going to eat because they came here for a meal.
I sort of look over at Garrick, as he was the only other one that, voiced protest to Donovan being crucified. I look at Garrick, and then I look back at Donovan, and I would sort of, standing underneath him, shake him slightly, and I would say very quietly, so that only people who were nearby could hear me, Donovan, wake up. These Volturi are going to kill you. They're going to eat you alive. You understand what I'm saying?
I knew that you had potential.
I'm not like you, Donovan. I'm not like you at all.
Get me down from here. We can make this right. And he starts to sort of reel again, and he catches his consciousness.
No, there are only two options here, Donovan. Either I walk away and I do what the big guy wanted me to do, just let you die out here on the cross, or you tell me where our stuff is and I grant you a quick death, something you don't deserve.
Material possessions. Isn't it the same with you lot? Let me guess, you're going to steal everyone's stuff. I'd like to see that.
During this exchange, Rudy would walk up. I imagine Donovan has some sort of shoes on. And if so, Rudy would begin removing them. Sort of untying them, just very nonchalantly. And especially with his feet bound, I'm not sure there's much he could do. And I would unstrap or unlace them, and I'd pull one off and kind of look at it. I imagine it's great, especially considering I have none on my own feet. And I would pull one off, kind of look at it, hoping it would fit, pull the other off. I'd just plop right down on the ground, sitting for the first time in probably days. And I'd begin to put the shoes on. And sort of to myself, while they're talking, I would kind of, as I'm sliding these shoes on, go, well, Donovan, you were absolved. And just kind of put the shoes on and stand back up.
And Kathleen would look at Donovan for a moment and then turn her eyes to see Bart. Unfortunate Bart. Would he have anything of value on him? Maybe another weapon?
It appears as though Bart was still just carrying that club that he was using earlier, and that's around, so you can find that. And as you think of him and look to him, you see this Voltura just swoop in and just shred, just a part of his neck and his face. Just again, testing. And then you see another and another until maybe half a murder of Volturas just descend and start picking away at Bart.
The Volturas start to come down. For a moment, she's horrified, knowing that if she's going to get anything, for his family or for herself, like, this is it. And she tries to run in, but immediately those birds are on him, and she has to draw back. She can't help but look sad on her face, because now his family won't know. Just like she doesn't know if anyone's still alive.
And Donovan looks to Rudy. And he says, "This is your fault anyway, isn't it? Isn't it, old man? You're just an old, bleaking charlatan. This is your fault. And all of your little friends here will find out someday." That'll be great. I hope my shoes give you blisters.
Sort of treading around him. All he has to say is, "You and I both know they won't."
Ephraim, hearing all of this from Donovan, is sort of looking at Rudy, but internally he just decides that it's a question for another day, and he returns his gaze to Donovan and he says, "Donovan, time's running out. I gave you your 2 options. What's it gonna be?"
I guess I'll stay up here. It's the best way to go. I guess I'd be sort of a hypocrite if I didn't. But I'll tell you this. Your stuff's right through that pass. In the shack near the entrance. If it's still there. And hail to the dismembered Lord, our Savior, on this, the anniversary of the dawn of truth.
Looking up at him, I say, "You want to stay up there? This is how you want to die?"
And Donovan sort of has an odd look in his eye.
I would clamber up the cross like I did when I helped Kathleen, and I would bring my face really close to Donovan's, sort of pushing past any fear or disgust I have over the ruin that his face has become. And my voice, I try to sound strong, but it's wavering, and my hand holding the dagger is shaking, and I say, "You don't get what you want, Donovan." And I would just very slowly slide the dagger into his throat and just pin it to the back of the cross and leave it there. And slide down from the cross.
The last thing that Donovan leaves in the realm of Dragongrin is a surprised look.
I have blood on my hands, dripping off of my hands. And my hand's shaking, and I sort of flicking blood into the dirt. I look at Kathleen and Garrick and Rudy and Jeremiah, and I say, "Our stuff's at the end of the pass in a shack." And I just kind of keep walking towards the cart.
No time to waste then. And Kathleen would hop onto the back of the cart among the few things, gathering, a bedroll, I think, for herself.
And I would follow, and I'm kind of clutching this branch, and as I walk past the cross where Donovan is, I'm just tense. I'm still maybe a little afraid of what's just happened. I'm almost holding this branch in defense of myself as I slowly kind of sidle past the cross, afraid to turn my back on it.
And seeing, people going toward the cart, kind of climbing in it, Rudy would walk toward it. But seeing Kathleen jump in the back and other people kind of milling around it, he would say, well, I don't like to be the one to bring this up, but I've never been any good with horses.
You'll see Diggs, without word, move up to both of the horses and immediately have rapport with them, as if he's worked with animals before, which he has. And the look he gives you might have contained a wink in it, but that can't be. He's been on a cross today. That's been there's no way that he would wink. But he would hop into the cart and wait for everyone else is there, and then attempt to kind of guide it down toward the smoke.
Rudy would put one foot on the back of the cart and kind of reach his hand out toward Kathleen, who's up there, collecting some things. And if she weren't paying attention, maybe he'd kind of sort of let out a quick whistle, just to get her attention. And then if she, was going to help him up, he would say, "My, it's wonderful to meet you. I'm Rudy," and sit down.
Her whistle, after rummaging around, she'd turn around and be like, all right, I'm here. And she'd help him up and also introduce herself. I'm Kathleen Rain, daughter of the Talons of the Pines. Good to meet you, although I wish it could be on better terms.
And Rudy would kind of shake his head like, okay, I don't know who that is, but good, sounds good.
Ephraim climbs into the cart, maybe turns around, pulls Garrick in behind him, so they're all in the cart now, and he sort of slumps into the back of it, and he's sitting there with his hands on his knees, and his hands are just shaking, blood all over him, and he's just sort of looking at him, and he looks up at Garrick, sort of catches his eye and says, "No one needs to get eaten by vultures today."
It's true. You did the right thing. Garrick, and I extend my hand.
He sort of haphazardly wipes Donovan's blood off on his tattered trousers, puts his hand out, still shaking, and says, "Ephraim."
I'm a simple man, a miller. But you look like you know how to use that. And I point to the dagger.
Truth be told, I'm more used to using it to pop locks, things of that nature. I've never done that before.
Well, I'm glad you did.
And he would kind of nod to you, Kathleen, just sort of taking a little bit of solace in the fact that people are saying, like, hey man, you did the right thing.
And Rudy kind of just, again, sitting for the first time in a long time, ready to not worry about anything until we at least get down to the pass, would lean forward a little bit. You'd probably hear his bones creak if there weren't vultures flying around still overhead. And he kind of pats you on the closest part he can find, maybe a foot or a leg. And he just says, "Wish that I could tell you that it gets easier. But they're right." And he would kind of slump back down and just let out the first breath of relief he has in probably months.
And unless there's anything else that you would like to do, a storm roils at your back, closing in on the cliffside as you descend into the pass. Garrick, I think you would know this location better than anyone. But in the way that one might know a nearby place, but never experience it from this particular angle. You've been near the pass, maybe even halfway up it, where the shack is, but you've never been this high. You would know that about halfway down the pass, there's a shack that's often used for beekeeping and things of that nature. So there's a beekeeper that typically lives there, and people haven't seen him lately, but he comes and goes. And once you hit the shack, that's the midway point, and then the ravine, the pass sort of angles, and then there's another half that gets you out into the fields. So, the wagon ride is relatively uneventful. What is everyone doing? Is there anything in particular that you'd like to do or say to each other while you're headed towards this shack halfway down the pass?
I think Ephraim would probably lapse into silence after introductions are made in the back of the cart and sort of just keep to himself.
Kathleen would be actually somewhat interested in the old man, knowing that her family was respectful of elders and the stories they had to tell. And she was still young. She's always a fan of stories. And she looked at him and said, "You seem like a wise man. You must have seen a lot in your day. I'm sure. I hope I get to hear many stories from you, wherever this may lead us."
He looks to you, and his face is of disgust, like you've just insulted him. Look how old you are, or something. But immediately his face cracks into a chuckling grin as he absolutely knows that you're right, and he says, "How old are you, girl? Trust me, I don't think you're going to be hearing any of my stories."
I'm only 19, but my pa says I still act like a 16-year-old sometimes. And she just kind of pouts, slumps her shoulders, and glares off into the woods, and then forlornly down at the ring again. But I still have much to learn.
He says, "Your old pa sounds like a wiser man than me. Where is he now?"
Hopefully, and not dead as that excuse for a man seemed to insinuate. He was a warrior, and he taught me how to fight, or as much as he could. Mom was never too happy about that. But he did teach me how to hunt and help our small family, and tried to keep my sister all wrangled, because she was the rebel of us, I need to find her. If anyone would still be alive, it'd definitely be her. She was always good at making an escape.
He nods at you. He doesn't say anything, but you can tell from his facial expression that you and him, despite your age difference, are in the same boat. Yeah, the same situation.
Yes, I had a feeling that looking at that fire, you have something important over there too, huh?
He says, "Everybody's got something important. Just not all of us have found it yet."
Such is life, right? And she glances over at Rudy with a little childish kind of smile. She seems almost naive, like, "Man, this day is going great now. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be awesome." She's all optimistic, but Still a little uncertain.
And
Garrick is picking off branches off of this branch, and he's a little more disturbed maybe, and says, "We're all supposed to be dead. What the hell are we supposed to do now?"
Well, we're not dead now. Puts her hands on her hips, kind of look at him for a moment, and then looks forward towards the horses, and we'll get our things soon enough. And well, realistically, the immediate threat is that fire. We'll find a way around it. It'll be all right.
He
All I want-
calls to the people. Go ahead, Matt.
Ephraim just says, I just want to get my sword back. What we do after that, I don't care.
Some sort of special blade.
Yeah, something like that. It's a heirloom. And he sort of pulls that word just out of the air, like it holds no meaning to him. He just tosses it out there.
I would assume that I would probably believe that it was an heirloom. Something important. People in this world are far too attached to their physical items, but that's nothing I would say aloud.
You continue to travel. The ride is bumpy, but safe. And you know that in Dragongrin, there is a history. There are layers that run deep. And this history, these layers, jut from sometimes the most surprising spaces. And as you're traveling down this pass, you can see that a part of it seems to have collapsed in. It's not going to block your way, but the stone has crumbled, and beneath it lies what you can only imagine is an ancient piece of a structure, or perhaps some dead technology. But the pass itself is crumbled in as though the rocks were formed eons after this thing was there. And it's beautiful. It's as though rocky foliage has grown up over a beautiful structure and then was partially torn down. And this is a wonder. This isn't something that you would see very often so close in Dragongrin. But you know of the Titans, and you know of the legends of the Primordials, and it's fairy tales mostly, but every once in a while you're faced with something like this that things can't just explain. If you continue on, you'll see the shack. Oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, upon seeing this and the ancient unexplainable things, it's at that minute that Rudy, after taking these conversations in and sort of observing these people he's with and sort of getting to know them a little bit more and really beginning to like them, he says out loud, "Well, son of a grinning whore, the book! Did nobody grab the book?" And he just, realizing that nobody among everything had the wherewithal to grab the book that he was so interested in before, just it feels a bit defeated as the cart continues on.
What book? What are you talking about?
Donovan's book. Oh, I know what you're talking. Oh, I'm sorry.
What was in the book?
Probably some sort of erotic fiction. What do you care about his book?
Yeah, who cares? It's probably just a list of people he's crucified. Hundreds
Well,
of pages
Otherwise
long.
known as erotic fiction.
And I
That's-
think for the first time since they've met, Jeremiah and Ephraim share a little bit of like a little glance towards each other, like that's funny.
Yeah, exactly.
And Rudy, after that short interaction and pause, would say, "Well, let me put it to you this way. First of all, it's an ancient book. I haven't been in Grin for a long time, and not for many years, but books aren't something that many people leave lying around. Secondly, well, I mean, you saw the thing. It was bound in gold, even if the knowledge inside was worth absolutely nothing. Well, that would fetch a pretty penny. I just, in a world gone to hell as much as this, left the bloody book behind."
Should we go back?
And I
No.
feel like at that moment, yeah, everybody would sort of look at him like, especially, like, even if Rudy was like, actually, that's a great idea. I feel like everybody else.
Ephraim would almost immediately say no, and then would sort of back off a little bit and say, "No, we shouldn't. The War Makers are probably already there. They have the book."
I truly hate to say that he's right.
And I would kind of lean in closely to Ephraim, and I would just kind of whisper, trying not to let others hear, "What is erotic fiction?"
And Ephraim would kind of chuckle a little bit, and he would go, "The kind of things that you think about but don't tell anybody, it's when you write those things down."
And I just kind of had. Sorry, I cut myself off with my mute button. Confused look on my face.
I think at this point Diggs kind of sizes you up, Garrick, and he notes that you're a pretty stocky fellow, and says, "You're pretty large. I didn't know there was a rock big enough for you to live under."
Even I know what that is. And can we stop talking about it? And Kathleen would turn away, like, not knowing what to do with herself.
You people are confusing me, but yes, we will move on.
So you'd see that the structure, is surrounded by. I'm talking about this enigmatic thing that's sort of in the rock. It's surrounded by, some different glyphs and things of that nature, but it's old and it's worn, and it goes away quickly as you travel towards the shack. And the shack comes into view, and it's surprisingly nice. It's like a small log cabin made for a couple of people to live in. What do you do as you approach?
Rudy would sort of look to everyone else first. He certainly would never be the first person to do anything. He's just kind of trying to fit in, and so he would look to everyone else to see, because he's not usually the first person to, well, like I said, the first person to do anything.
Trying to compensate maybe for feeling a little foolish, Garrick kind of deftly slides off the wagon and starts kind of low to the ground, walking slowly toward the. It's a cabin, Tim. Is that right?
It is. It's got a very simple porch. It's larger than you expected, and there's a door clearly, in your facing, the way that you're facing there is a door, a very makeshift porch, sort of hand-carved rocking chair, and if you were to approach at least relatively close, you'd hear the buzzing of bees, and you would know that a beekeeper lives here.
Has Diggs been here before, or know of this place?
You'd probably know of the honey from this place. This is the only place in the area where you can get white honey, which is super rare. And the beekeeper is sort of a mean little old man. He would have been in town, and he takes his cart around selling honey. So you probably kind of know of the place and know of the product.
And the other question is, does he look like he's home?
It looks like someone's there.
Is there any business any of you need here? Simple old beekeeper. He's kind of a jerk.
Yeah, I need to get my stuff. Donovan said it was in here, right?
Hopefully all of our things are here. Kathleen would also slide off the cart, a little clumsily stumble forward, and head up to the porch. Just, like everything's fine. Like there's no way that maybe there's a trap inside. And she looks at everyone and then lifts her hand slowly to knock. Like, is it okay if I do this?
Perhaps I should. I know who lives here. My father, I think he had dealings with him.
All yours.
And the cart is stopped, by the way. Everyone's kind of slipping off of it. Diggs parks the cart and gets off himself.
And I knock.
Nobody answers, but the door is not pulled to, and it sort of... The buzzing gets louder.
That doesn't sound good. Oh, be careful going in there. I'll be right behind you. There wouldn't be bees in a house. Must be something else.
And I enter with this branch in my hands as I creep forward.
And you see the layout of the cabin. You can see that the back door on the opposite side is open, and that's where Renault keeps his bees. So the reason why the buzzing is so loud when you enter is because the back door on the opposite side of the cabin is open, and the bees are in their hives making their honey. There is obvious evidence of people staying here, but no one is there that you can see, and it's pretty clear in the layout. There's not really any hidden rooms. It's sort of one large room. In the middle, there are implements for sort of draining and separating honey, but it seems like everything is sort of normal. And in one of the corners is a large pile of just bags, sacks. Looks like there's a few weapons there, some shoes, things like that.
And Kathleen pokes her head out to look outdoors back in the front and says, "Hey, looks like our stuff is here. It's a whole bunch of gear. Come check it out."
Ephraim, hearing that the gear is there, would follow after the others as they enter the cabin. And he would kind of look at Garrick and say, "Where's the old man?"
Your guess is as good as mine.
Tim, looking at that pile of stuff, do I see the hilt of my short sword?
Actually, you see the scabbard. Is the scabbard pretty recognizable?
It's a fairly plain-looking sword. The sword itself is a nice sword, and anyone with knowledge would recognize it as a sword that was used with the forces of good during Lightfall. But the scabbard is like super mundane, like basic, so that it doesn't draw attention to him.
No, that makes sense. So you actually don't necessarily see the sword, but you do see a few that could be it. So from a glance, you don't recognize it, but you do see that there is a scabbard that looks about the same size and shape as yours, though you can't see what's in it.
I would probably, without hesitating, move towards the pile and start rummaging through it.
Okay.
Hearing that our stuff was in there, I would, sort of get down from the cart and kind of looking around outside, wondering, just trying to look. The way it sounded like we couldn't see very far down the road. So just kind of listening for a moment to try and hear. But then after hearing that potentially our stuff was in there, I would also go in and sort of wait my turn to potentially rummage through this pile, paying no mind to the fact that we just barged into some guy's house.
What is Diggs doing at this point?
Diggs's eyes are fixed on a barren, poor excuse for a dining table. He might have actually seen Ephraim's sword. Perhaps maybe he would have gotten a glimpse of where it came from, the forces that he fought against. But his eyes were distracted and affixed upon the sole thing, the sole centerpiece of that table. A thing that can be recognized in many of the homes around his. Something that his wife made her trade doing. And he walks over to the table and he pulls out of the centerpiece one of the few plants that grow in this area, holly, red beads of berries that he pulls out of the centerpiece and looks at and just holds within his grasp, and for a moment maybe squeezes them a little hard, but not too hard to crush them. And he places it back in the centerpiece.
And as you do that, the thing that you notice that catches your eye is a list. And it's a list of people that you've probably heard the names of. And you can see from your introductions here, there was a list, and your name is on top of it, Jeremiah. And then there's the name Kathleen Rain. There is a sort of odd note, and you can't read what it says, but you assume that it has to do with Rudy, since Ephraim's name is there, and then there's just something that says the miller's boy. And then there were other lists from other areas that you would know. And you don't recognize the names of these people, but this obviously seems like some sort of list of people who were being crucified today or around today.
Kathleen would take a moment to, well, first, are all of their things there? Like the Explorer pack, yada yada? Would a weapon be there?
So you tell me.
I think she would find like her basic traveling pack, what she would use to, go hunting. Maybe there's a few wire traps she could set up, things like that. And she finds her crossbow, but someone else tried to use it and unfortunately broke the stringing mechanism. And she just looks down at it, annoyed and a little angry that someone messed with it, and now she doesn't have the tools to fix it. So she attaches it to her bag, knowing this moment that it's useless, and is otherwise armed with a pair of daggers, one with a serrated edge for like sawing branches and whatnot, another that's regular, like a skinny knife. And upon taking her possession, she's looking around as well, and she sees Jeremiah interact with the Holly, and she's fairly insightful, or just kind of good at picking up on what people are feeling, and she just pats his arm, kind of looking at him with complete sympathy before leaving him to his moment of memories.
Rudy would be looking for a tall quarterstaff, slightly bent near the top, whittled wood, fairly thick. I'd say probably, relatively thick. Not a small tree branch, almost entirely white. Very, very well traveled, shiny from years of carrying it. Would that be there as well?
So yeah, it's there, and it's funny. Like, I don't know exactly what, but it's being used for something mundane, like propping something else up or something like that. Like maybe even they put like a mop head on it or something like that.
Yeah. So looking around, he would see the pile, and like you said, there's bags and things, but this is something that would immediately stick out. It wouldn't fit in a bag necessarily, and he's sad that he doesn't immediately see it. And so he goes and he's looking around and he realizes, he looks, and just like you said, he does see it, there's maybe a small closet in the corner, and he opens it up and he sees an old mop, and that's when he realizes, just like you said, that they've sort of lashed a mop head to it, and he would take it out and sort of undo this. And then, grabbing it and kind of moving it around more deftly than you would expect, kind of between his hands, happy to have it again. He would remember that they took robes from him, but he would also remember that the state that these robes would be in is potentially worthless. So he would go back over to the table where Jeremiah and potentially Kathleen are, and he would take the centerpiece. I imagine he could, whatever it is, maybe like a small glass or a few things, maybe some candles, whatever, and he would pick it up and he would say, mind holding this? And he would hand it to Jeremiah, sort of unexpectedly. And then he would take the old, tattered, sort of tartan-stained tablecloth, and he would pull it off of the table, and he would wrap it around him and sort of just kind of tie it a little bit, so it's almost like a cape or a poncho, just this ugly thing wrapped around him. And he would then reach back to Jeremiah and thank you, and put the holly centerpiece back on the table.
I forgot to mention as well, like, in the pile she also has some basic leather armor, like a vest, slings on, and upon catching sight of the list, she immediately, her eyes brighten, and she's looking for the names of her family.
The names are not on there, Cassie. The names of your family members are not on the list. Matt, good news. Ephraim found his scabbard.
Yeah, Ephraim is kind of rifling through this pile, and he maybe finds some really simple hide leather armor that he kind of sets aside, a couple pouches, he sets aside a dagger, and he's just kind of rummaging through, tossing stuff, and then he finds that scabbard. No. It's not here. It's not here! And he kind of stands up and kicks a few of the things. Son of a bitch. My sword's not here. This is the scabbard, but the blade's gone.
And in that moment, Garrick, you notice an odd pattern in the hives out the door. Like the bees are sort of moving around, so it's not noticeable at first, but there's an odd sort of flowing to how the bees are moving, and you realize that you're looking at a nose, and then you kind of make out a mouth, and it looks like Renault's head has been pushed through one of his beehives, and he's, who knows how long he's been dead, but the bees are swarming around his face as he sort of hangs there as though it was a stockade rather. And so you notice that, and immediately as Ephraim says, "It's not here! It's not here!" Someone walks through the front door. Someone tall enough to look eye to eye with Jeremiah Diggs. He's a large man, this man who walks through the door. And in an instant, it's like he walks through the door and is face to face with Jeremiah. He puts his hand on his chest and he goes, "Traitor! I didn't think I'd see you here." And as he turns to kind of size all of you up, Ephraim, you notice that he has your sword in his hilt and draws it. And he says, "I thought you were all going to be crucified today. Looks like I'll have to kill you instead. Roll initiative."
Listen, I know you guys were doing it earlier. I didn't think it would happen to me. First roll that I made, natural 20.
Mine was a 3, so
Nice.
that's good.
All right. If you can give me your final numbers in the chitty chat, you'll be with them. All right. Nice rolls, guys. Give me 1 second here. Oh, you guys are champions of justice. That was awesome. Thank you, Barker. For anyone watching, Barker typed the names of the initiative in order in the chat. That is so great. All right, guys. So as this person walks through the door and pulls his sword, Rudy, or James particularly, I want you to describe to me what this large man looks like.
So he walks through the door, and
I'm sorry, I have to. Matt said 17 sessions of provokers. You never do that, but hey, that's fine, you know.
Barker listed the order of initiative in the chat for Tim, like just the nicest thing that anyone has ever done for anybody else. I'm like, dude, what the hell?
Dude, you know how they say it takes 18 repetitions to commit something to memory? It took me 18 games to be like, oh, this is a smart idea. So,
that's the best, man. I'm gonna start doing that in Windsor or Celine, I promise you.
Awesome. So
just
James,
don't dig with me and do it incorrectly on purpose.
please do that now.
Orin, and Orin. Okay, all right, go ahead. Sorry.
don't forget that Pebble goes right after Orin.
Orin Pebble. Orin Pebble. Orin Pebble. All right, James. So what does this ruffian look like?
So the man that opens the door, Rudy, having, again, it's in Dragongrin, there are sort of lulls, and it's like Rudy always gets this close to feeling some measure of relief or relaxation, and every time it just something happens. He gets crucified, or So again, he's just about there, and it's he's just feels surrounded by large, strong people, getting some gear. Hasn't noticed the dead body yet. Door opens, and immediately that, I wouldn't call it fear, but the adrenaline starts going. As this old man, and he turns as the door opens, and you see like you said, a very tall man, taller or about as tall as Jeremiah, so nearly 1.5 feet taller than Rudy, and stands eye to eye with him, very large, surprisingly clean, brass-colored armor. Clean like a person that keeps their armor clean, but it's definitely nicked and broken in places. This is a person that fights a lot. And he's got sort of short blonde hair and a very crooked nose. It's been broken at least a few times. And if there was one word that Rudy had to use to describe this person, he would say brutish. It was a very brutish man that came walking through the door with, of course, a very beautiful sword in his hand.
So what do you do as he walks through the door?
Does the door open in or out? So we open the door toward him to walk in, or we open the door toward us?
You tell me. I don't know.
So the first thing that, immediately as he's drawing the sword after he says what he says, Rudy would, again, similar to the way he did when he was on the cross, but more so, a little more obviously now, he would, holding his staff in his left hand, he would put his right hand out and sort of swing it from right to left, and mostly to potentially confuse or maybe reel this person, using mage hand to try to slam the door as hard as he could, on this person. Not necessarily trying to do any damage, but just trying to surprise him so that the, potentially Jeremiah in front of him can get the upper hand and pummel him.
So the door slams as this ethereal hand, and it does hit him. And I will let you roll 1d4 for damage on that.
1 whole damage.
It's about right.
I imagine it does that thing where I expect, and hope that it's going to hit him full in the face, but the way he's standing, it hits his foot first. He sort of took a step forward and hit his foot, so it certainly hit him, and like you said, okay, did a little bit, but I was hoping to get a full in the face and knock him back, but it seems to not have done quite as much as I'd hoped.
So as the door slams on this brutish man, what is Kathleen doing?
She, peering at the list, and she sees that obviously the names of her family aren't on there, and she breathes a sigh of relief. However, she hears the wood outside on the porch creaking, and immediately turns around to see this hulk of a man coming inside and seeming to threaten Jeremiah. The door slamming in his face, and she cracks a smile for a moment, but immediately moves to the side so that she wouldn't be within its direct field of vision, because she's still near Jeremiah. And holding out the serrated knife and the skinning knife, she would wait for him to open the door again and try and toss the skinning knife at him.
All right. So describe to me what that looks like.
Having hustled herself over to one of the far corners, the door is here, and she'd just be in the corner, kind of parallel to it. She waits for this man to come blustering back in again, and quickly just tosses that skinny knife right at him. Let's see. 10 to hit, and does 4 damage if it hits. Oh, I can't hear you.
It's because I'm muted. I get away. I almost did not escape. So what's worse is that I had my finger on the button. Didn't click it. You throw the knife, and unfortunately you're not skilled enough with it. So it sticks in the wall near the floor somewhere.
Okay. She just, she mutters a little curse under her breath and tries to take the long way away from him to fetch that other knife while still brandishing the serrated one, just in case this guy's coming at her.
Ephraim, what do you do as this man brandishes the sword you're looking for against you?
So I see it, and I take just the briefest of moments to realize that is my blade, that's my sword, and I reach down and grab one of the daggers that I had set aside for myself, one of the ones that used to belong to me as well, and I say, that doesn't belong to you, and I sort of rush forward, sort of vaulting over the table. I sort of do that like pommel horse, like hands first, and vault myself over the table, and I just sort of slide into him with this dagger. I'm gonna try and stab him.
Awesome. Take advantage.
I will. So that's a 15 and a 15. So 21 total to hit.
That does hit. And I think you're amped up. I think you've got the passion, but you're really new at this. So you hit, but I don't think it looks pretty. You tell me.
Yeah, so I rolled max damage, which will be 8 on the dagger. I rolled 4. So what I think happens is I probably sort of just slide into him, and it's not just a single slash or cut. I sort of drive the dagger into him a few times, like Shiv style, just like 3 or 4 times, really deep sort of lacerations right in his torso.
That's awesome, man. And I imagine, like, the force of you hitting him reminds me of someone who doesn't stop on roller skates.
It's exactly what it is. Like, I'm into the wall at the skating rink. The disco ball's spinning, and I'm just driving a shiv into his gut. Yep.
And I'm stabbing the DJ.
I'm stabbing the DJ for playing the chicken dance again.
Couple skate, you know I'm single. All right. So as this happens, this person is clearly wounded. You know, it's obvious that you have surprised him. He takes his gaze off of Diggs just for a moment, and he sort of tries to backhand you without using the blade of the sword, but he's trying to get you with the hilt or the pommel. Just try to smack you in the face there. So since you have, I'm going to click on you for a second because you're handy-dandy overlays. Matt made all these overlays, by the way, for everyone. So thank you, Matt. He was cool enough to put the AC and passive perception of everyone, which has made the game super easy. So, all right. So he misses. He swipes at you and actually doesn't hit. What he then does is ignores what's happening there. And he takes a step toward Jeremiah, and now he's just face to face with Jeremiah as though they're going to fist fight. And Nate, what's Garrick doing?
So I'm holding this branch that I've been trying to work into some semblance of a quarterstaff, which I've had quite a bit of practice with. And I feel this strange kind of surge come through it. And I just kind of, I hear that ringing in my ears again. But I shake it off, and I'm just going to rush him, and I'm going to try to, just right on the top of the head, extend this thing and smack this guy on the head.
Do it, man.
And that is an 8 to hit.
8 does not hit.
So I imagine it just kind of glances off his shoulder and hits the wall or something and doesn't. Yeah.
So I think, too, that your rod takes a sort of different form or shape. And you can stop me here at the moment, but I feel like this sapling that was a branch from a tree, as exotic as it may have been, sort of snaps into this particular shape as this energy comes through it and becomes more of a wand. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been envisioning it as a quarterstaff, but maybe perhaps it it straightens, let's say, a little bit, and
Perfect.
becomes more usable as that kind of weapon.
I love it. Like it seemed like almost as though this this arcane, like this ether kind of skin solidifies outside of it or something. I don't know. Something cool happens.
Yeah.
Now, Diggs. You traitor. What are you going to do?
Well, actually, Diggs, who's kind of been blocking out everything that's been said so far, looks to his enemy here, perhaps even a former partner, and he looks at the blade that's in his hand, and he says, "You're calling me a traitor. I know where that blade came from." And he immediately remembers that if the first rule of combat under the service under the Dismembered Lord is never pass up a chance at taking a cheap shot. And so he is going to, if you find yourself in a fair fight, that's poor planning. And so he is going to attempt to make the fight unfair in his favor by removing the weapon as a factor. He's going to try to grapple this guy and hold him in place, or maybe even perhaps get him in a position where he can disarm him or throw him on the ground. So, but he's definitely going to try to grapple him.
I love it.
Oh, goodness gracious. Did we start with inspiration? Probably not. We got crucified.
Yeah, not in Dragongrin you don't. But, I didn't do super great.
Did we start with
Probably not. We got crucified.
This is really inspiring. I need to change my life for the next 7 minutes.
If I had inspiration, I probably would have used it trying to avoid getting crucified.
Oh, jeez. Oh, I didn't roll very well. What'd you get?
I got an 8 total.
Oh, that's good news. I also got an 8. Exactly an 8.
So nothing changes.
I would say
It's a
you
tie,
are... Well, this is how I see it.
Okay. I like this.
You grab for his hand as he swings it at Ephraim, and then he comes back to draw it to you, but as he goes to do that, you grab it. And the one thing that you know about Predator is this is what you know about Predator. And you are now in the air. And basically, this guy is asking you, he's like, "What's the matter? Does the farm have you pushing too many pencils?" So you guys are locked.
Son of a bitch.
You son of... So you've got him like locked like this, and he has a sword, and you guys are bicep versus bicep like, okay, let's do this.
What's his name? Is his name Dylan?
His name's Dylan now.
His name's Dylan now. Dylan. His name is Mastek.
His name is what?
Mastek. M-A-S-T-I-K. Mastek. And you would know him. Barker. You have either served together or around each other. This is a guy you know.
Cool. Did you say M-A-S-T-I-K? Did you say that?
I maybe, but I meant to say K.
Okay, cool.
M-A-S-T-I-K.
It's the Dragongrin alphabet.
The Dragongrin alphabet.
No, it's great. So yeah, we're in the middle of a struggle to get the weapon, and you see spit and bicep just everywhere, out of the corner of everyone's eye.
Perfect. So we're back to Rudy.
So Rudy knows that he can't do much, and even more than that, basically everyone in this very small house has piled up in front of the door, in front of this guy. But Rudy does look around, and he would be looking for anything powdered, spices, or specifically his first thought is salt and pepper. Would there be sort of little pots of salt and pepper on the table, maybe, or
Sure.
something like that, within reach?
I would imagine that the beekeeper, one of the things he did was he treated himself. He liked to eat. So on the table there would probably be several different spices, that wouldn't be common that he would have used on his food.
Okay, so the main thing is he would be looking for colored spices, any colored spices. So he would see salt and pepper, but like you said, he might see something else, the equivalent of sort of a red curry paste, or not paste, but like powder. Basically, he would try and he would take a few of these, grab a little bit, and put 3 different colors in his hand. And if somebody were watching him, if everybody weren't busy, they would notice an uncertain look on his face. And I'm going to need your help here, Tim, because what I am doing is I am casting color spray with more or less random spices as the material. Basically, he's going to put these things in his hand, and there's verbal, somatic, and a material component to this spell. And he hasn't studied it, has not prepared it. He may have even never actually done this before. Maybe he's seen it done. Maybe he's heard about it. Maybe he read about it. But he grabs, he sort of takes a handful of just some spices, and he, says the words that he kind of remembers halfway with these, barely the right stuff, and he sort of throws out these spices. And basically he's trying to magically blind this person, but I need to know what happened.
Well, it's unfortunate for you that it doesn't work. The spices sort of go into the air, and it's this dead stop where everyone kind of pauses for a moment as the old man wearing a tablecloth just threw a bunch of spices into the air like, ha! And then just a surge of color as these spices sort of that were falling sputter like a firework that had a delayed wick and just blasts in each color of this delicious rainbow. Describe to me what color spray does, because I don't know.
So color spray, basically, you throw this spell out, and what you're doing is I'm doing my best to blind him. It doesn't do any damage, but creatures in a 15-foot cone are affected in ascending order of current hit points. Interestingly, it does not say that it doesn't do the same thing to my friend. So, yeah, it just says each creature affected, so that's interesting. Basically what happens is I roll 6d10 and then slowly subtract people's remaining hit points from that number, from lowest to highest, and all of those people are blinded.
Oh, good.
So it's going to kind of be interesting.
Do you have any sort of ability where you can sculpt your spells?
No.
Okay.
Level 1, I don't think.
Okay, so you're going to have to describe to me how you're going to blind everyone and do that bookkeeping. So you roll more dice than I've ever seen at level 1, and then you subtract the hit dice or the hit points?
Hit points, remaining hit points.
Okay, gotcha. So I know what mass technology has. I know what my guy has, but you needed to check with your cohorts.
Okay, so basically on 60-10, I got 28.
Okay.
And so what that means is we basically, if that person has more hit points than us, so I guess we will tell you how many hit points everybody has, especially if they were looking, and then everyone with the lowest to the highest subtracts their number from that 28, and those people are all blinded.
Gotcha.
So
If
he has... What?
I was going to say, did you sneak a Pathfinder spell in here?
I was surprised if you were.
All right. So I can tell you what I have, but that's sort of not as cool for you guys. So why don't you figure out yours, and then I'll tell you what happens.
I was gonna say, I would say, as far as it sounded, Kathleen wouldn't be affected by this. It sounded like she ran around. I wouldn't be affected, but basically Jeremiah, Garrick, Ephraim, and Mastic would all be affected.
Okay, yeah, that's correct. Based on the math I have, yeah, you'd be. My Mastic would be.
Barker, how many hit points does your character have? Say that already?
Not you giving me that.
14.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So
14.
basically, so far it's Matt with 7, Nate or Garrick with 8, and then Barker with 14. and then whatever Mastek has. Basically,
Okay. So do you want me to type that in there?
if he has less than 14, he's affected. If not, he is not affected.
He is not affected.
Also, Jeremiah is not affected because he
Okay.
has one hit
Gotcha.
point over what would fit.
So you blinded no one.
I blinded Ephraim and Garrick if they
Oh,
were.
okay. Okay.
But
that's
basically,
props.
Jeremiah and Mastek.
aren't affected.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So Ephraim and Garrick, you're blind.
Why did you blind everyone? What?
He's just getting back into the swing of things. Yeah. Honey, I was just crucified less than like 30 minutes ago. Can we talk about this later?
No, we gotta talk about it now. Oh my god.
Oh, what a day I have had.
Why did you
I
blind
am
everyone?
dog tired.
Kathleen, it is your turn.
So she's been skittering around trying to get the original knife because she really doesn't want to let go of that serrated one. You know, God forbid someone comes rushing at her, especially now that two other people are blind and might not know who they're attacking. Or I have a tougher time. But so upon picking up the knife again, she looks at this tangle of people and she knows she can't just rush in there and throw another dagger, or it's just not smart. But she does see that the back door is still open. Is it possible, or I suppose next turn it would be more possible if she could run around and maybe try to attack him from behind?
So you can use your full movement
Okay.
to run around the house. It's small enough, and you're in a place where I'll say that in this turn, you can run and get to the door, but you're a little bit away from it, so that next turn you'd have to step into the cabin and then act.
Okay.
Okay?
Would she be able to throw the knife again from wherever she is outside the cabin?
So here's the thing. Next
wanna
turn,
roll?
yeah.
Got it.
So you can move all the way around, but by design, I'm making it so that you have to then move a little bit and then take an attack
Sounds
the next
good.
turn. Sound good?
All right. Yes.
All right, perfect. Okay, so Kathleen just kind of disappears in the skirmish, as people are being blinded.
Just being all stealthy, kind of.
Being all stealthy as the garlic salt's a-flying. All right, Ephraim, what are you doing, blindy?
So as the spice sort of immolates in the air, sort of right in front of my face, I just sort of and kind of stumble backwards, maybe knocking over a chair, and then start just sort of like wildly slashing out with my dagger in the general direction of where I remember the big guy is. So I'm gonna go ahead and attack. I have disadvantage, but here we go. Okay, that's a 7. I'm probably taking that. And a 17. Okay, so with the 7, that gives me a 13 on my attack with the dagger.
That does not hit.
Oh, damn it. So I just sort of wildly...
Yeah. And now, are you going to attempt to move at all?
No, I'm sort of... You know what? I'm sort of focused on the sword, and I don't want to put any more distance between me and the weapon. I'm going to try and stay right where I am.
Totally. Awesome. All right. So it's Mastic's turn. He is not blinded, and he is going to make an opposed grapple check, kind of his own, against our good friend Diggs here. All right. So I'm going to type what I got into the chat. Describe that for me.
His arm, after Diggs emerges victorious in this grapple, Mastek's arm ends up behind him, and the sword is being held still in Mastek's arm to his own back, but it's not really like right there where I'd want it to be, but it's close. But right now, Jeremiah kind of has him in an arm bar, and he's kind of trying to force that sword into him.
Gotcha. And he's trying to now just use the rest of his strength to keep that sword from going into his back. He's very surprised. And that brings us to Garrick, who's also blind.
So I, am just kind of, I imagine I actually kind of take a knee and lean down on my staff for a moment, and I'm just bewildered as to what's going on here. And I'm just going to push forward. I don't know. I know that that Diggs and this guy were in a tangled, grapple, and I'm just going to push forward, and I'm going to try to knock him over, essentially, and hope I get the right guy. Maybe both. I don't know.
Okay. I'll let you go ahead and do that. I will let you do that at advantage because he has a sword at his back. He's not really in great shape. So let's go ahead and do an opposed strength check.
Okay.
So to be clear, if you give him advantage, basically he just rolls normally.
Yes. That's a good point.
Okay.
So I'll negate disadvantage, and I'll put what I got in the side chat.
Yep. There we go. I rolled a 1, but yeah. So anyway, I push forward and I go flying face first into the ground.
Yeah.
They moved just enough that they're not where they were when I was when I had vision.
And you go crashing into the table that kind of collapses, not necessarily right on you because of the angle, but the table is now, and the rest of the spices and the holly is smashed. Awesome. Diggs, you have this sword in your hand and his. What happens?
Diggs would whisper into his ear. "You called me a traitor," he says. "This is the only time I'm ever going to backstab anybody." And he reaches his right arm around the guy's throat, and he attempts to pull him back and push the sword forward, thrusting it into this guy's back. So we can do that however you want, Tim. Another grapple check or an attack. Totally up to you.
I will let you decide. I feel like an attack is more... I don't know why. I just feel like an attack is more what I would want it to be.
Okay, cool. So let's do that. That's fine. Oh, goodness gracious. I got a 12.
The luck went up with the spices.
Yeah, no, I'm really... My mouth writes a lot of checks. And Bank of America's like, "Bro, dude, you got to put money in to take it out. I don't know what this is." So, hey, Matt, can you send me those dice back in the mail? Would that be cool?
Yeah, I just put them in there, dude. They should be there in about a week.
Thanks, man.
That's actually what we'll do. Can we just wait a week? Is everybody cool with just chilling right now? We'll just wait.
I imagine is because I'm in such a good position, I would imagine whatever armor this guy's wearing, Mastic's wearing, I imagine that it's just thick, and this blade isn't piercing it because there's no force behind the blade. It's just kind of there. So
I love it, and in fact, James described his armor as being one of the standout features, so I think that it is pretty thick, and I imagine now the blade is sort of stuck in there, and your hand can still be on it, but it's in there good. Oh, jeez.
cool.
Okay. Rudy. Everyone's just dying to see what you're going to do next.
Rudy takes his turn to apologize to everyone. Rudy's not... He's not a fighter. He isn't sure what to do. But seeing that he has royally sort of mucked everything up, he was going to very uncharacteristically try to walk up to and subsequently hit Mastic as Jeremiah has him held with his quarterstaff, his white quarterstaff. Maybe get a little blood on it.
Go for it.
So I'm rolling as well as everyone else. That's an 11 total. If he's grappled, does he get disadvantage to anything?
I will say this. I will give you advantage because I didn't want to give Barker advantage because he was done grappling him. I wasn't giving Nate advantage because he rolled a 1. Well, I did give him advantage and he still rolled a 1. So I will give you advantage on that because he has a sword at his back and he's got his arm behind his back.
Yeah, and I'm basically walking toward him and I'm gonna bop him with this quarterstaff, like just full in the nose and try to break his nose again.
Okay, because I was going to say, to me, I think that would be classified as a wallop.
A wallop. I'm going to wallop. 15 with the advantage.
Okay, a 15 does hit.
So I imagine, like he walks up and he does in fact wallop him with this, very nice white staff. Oh, and then I have to roll damage. I was like, I swear there's something else.
I was waiting. I was like, but I thought you were going to narrate it, which is fine.
No, I wasn't. I was like, oh, okay. So so he does, in fact, he walks up and he just smashes him in the again, very uncharacteristic. This is not so much a weapon that he usually uses in this fashion. But he breaks his nose yet again, bloodying, his upper lip as well as the this white staff for 7 damage.
Oh wow, that is a lot of damage. You'll magia.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
So, as this happens, Kathleen, you come around the side of this cabin, and you see the door is half open, but you can see the shoulder of what actually is Diggs, who has twisted and gotten behind Mastic with his sword. So Mastic's back is no longer to you. However, you can attempt to attack with your dagger or whatever else. It's just going to be trickier.
All right, I think upon seeing this, Kathleen just kind of curses under her breath for a moment, and is there a space that she can open the door at all without, sending them sprawling? Or
Sure.
Okay. So she comes up to them, to the door, and just opens it just enough. And holding one of the daggers up, she attempts to spring forward past Diggs, but to maybe slice the armpit, where the armor usually, has those breaks, those little deficiencies, if the armor does.
Yeah, I would say that it's now that it's split open by the sword, you definitely have some.
Right. So, while this definitely isn't something she's practiced, she's going to try and do like a diving forward roll and just try to slice him right under the armpit. So let's see. Oh gosh, it's a 9. A 9 to hit.
A 9 does not hit.
All right. So doing her forward rolls, she dove too quickly or too steeply, and she just completely misses. And thankfully, she doesn't go sprawling onto the floor. She does a forward roll and get back to her feet, and just shifts herself away from the mess as quick as she can. She doesn't want to get in the way of any other magic spells.
Any more seasoning sprays?
Yes.
The thing too is that you're a bit young, you're inexperienced, so all of these things in your mind
Absolutely.
seem great, and you're on the right track, but you're not experienced. And doing it in real life, in combat conditions, is far different than practicing in a field.
And it's different because she's been a hunter. She's attacked animals. She hasn't physically assaulted another human either. So she is completely inexperienced.
Perfect. And go ahead.
I was just going to mention, color spray lasts a round, so it basically happened and then would have worn off these next rounds.
Perfect. In fact, I was just going to say, like, Ephraim, you'd essentially be rubbing the grit and grain of, probably some sort of Dragongrin paprika and things out of your eyes, and you can see now. What do you do?
Tears just streaming down my face from this spice bomb that has gone off in my face, the Dragongrin paprika. And I just sort of, looking through the haze of my vision, I can see the man who is currently holding the only thing in the world that matters to me at this point, the most important thing in my life, this sword, this last piece of something that was lost to me a long time ago. And I will lunge forward and just attempt to drive my dagger into him again.
Go for it.
22 to hit. Jesus, these dice.
That super hits.
Okay, that is 7 piercing damage.
As Diggs holds this man, as you see this sword that's so important to you, describe to me what it looks like as this man dies.
So, for the second time today, and the second time in my life, I am killing another man. I don't do it intentionally like I did with Donovan, but it just sort of happens as I dive forward. One hand goes for the hilt of my sword, the sword that he's carrying, and the other hand with the dagger goes forward, and it just slips through his second and third rib right into his lung. There's a pop as air escapes through the wound, and I feel his lung collapse in his chest, and he goes down to the floor wheezing, and he'll be dead within seconds. And as he falls, I sort of take a moment, drop the dagger from my hand, and just immediately put my boot on his wrist and pry the sword from his hand. This belongs to me.
With those words, you'll get a look from Diggs of shock, as he believed it belonged to Mastek, but now he knows the truth, and you'll get kind of a stern, mocking glare. You know what it's like to be called a heretic in these lands, and this look is what people give you when that's the case.
So you're safe for the time being. And as things sort of, as the dust settles, we'll say, you realize that there's quite a bit in this cabin. It looks as though things were being stored here just sort of temporarily while they were taking care of business, but there are quite a few different books. There are plans. It looks like Donovan was a busy man, and this is at least part of what he wrote down. He was busy, and the cabin is a shambles. You've destroyed the table. It was not necessarily new, but now it's mostly disheveled and partially destroyed. What do you all do as the dust settles?
I kind of stagger back to my feet and begin searching for my pack, I guess.
And Diggs will hand you kind of a tankard of water or a pitcher of water, half full, dusty, dirty water that's been sitting there for over a day to wash out your eyes.
Yeah, and I just dump it over my face and say, "Thank you." Thanks.
And Rudy would sort of be the very old man equivalent of sort of looking down at his feet awkwardly and kind of just, well, I'm sorry you all had to see that. I've never actually done that before. I hope you can understand. I was aiming for the other one, and kind of tries to laugh it off, like starts a little bit of a laugh, like, oh yeah, come on, get it, guys.
Kathleen would, kind of brush herself off and look down at her daggers, like, oh man, I wish I could have done better. She wants to do her part, and she's a little disappointed that she couldn't do more, but she has never actually physically hurt someone with a weapon before, and she feels a little nervous about it, but oh well. Is everyone all right?
Dick says, we're all rusty here. He says, it's been 5 years since I've faced a man in single combat. And he looks to Ephraim and says, but you got some pretty good hits off.
Well, he had my sword. I couldn't let him just have it. And he is sort of like wiping off the blade and the handle, and he slides it into that simple leather scabbard, and he's pulling on his pants, fitting on his leather armor, and he belts the sword around his waist, throws his sort of short cloak over his shoulder. He looks to Rudy. You said it doesn't get easier, but that was easier.
Oh, well. That's a thing, they say.
Who says? Who's they?
Well, part of me is more upset to tell you that it gets a lot easier. And I truly wish it didn't.
Ephraim kind of nods slowly and has this look on his face like kind of hesitant, a little afraid, but sort of resolute.
Kathleen's she almost looks confused. She doesn't quite grasp the gravity of having a dead person in front of them, just because for her, as a hunter, like, seeing dead things and having to do that kind of work is just, it seems normal, and well, she doesn't even know. But she looks to Jeremiah and just kind of furrows her brow a little bit, says, who was that man?
Jeremiah is currently throwing on a shirt and trousers that might have been his only possessions confiscated before the crucifixion. Did Jeremiah specifically serve with Mastek, or did they just know each other? What was that relationship?
That sounds like a question for you to answer. Unless you want
I
me to
imagine
answer.
this. No, it's fine. I imagine this is a relationship between, similar between Finn and Nines, the traitor stormtrooper. I mean, that I was getting flashbacks to The Force Awakens when that was happening. He even called me a traitor. So I imagine that very similar. They've trained together, never fought together, but it had been probably over 5 years since Diggs had seen Mastek, and I mean, he's been retired into just a simple life of keeping livestock for a long time. So, but he does explain to Kathleen and anyone else listening that who Mastek was and how he was a servant of the dismembered Lord and just another one of the enemy is probably what Diggs would call it. But he does mention that he sorrowfully mentions he doesn't want to press, but that he needs to get to his home, even if it's no longer remaining.
But you served with him. All right, we should look for your home. That fire's spreading. And Kathleen just seems to, in an instant, become serious again.
Am I going to be the one that points out the dead man on our lawn? And he says our lawn as though suddenly this is our home. But, I think everyone understands what he means.
That's 2 dead men, and I point over to the beekeeper that I noticed earlier.
Been crucified once today. Something tells me they won't believe us if we told them we didn't kill him too. And he says they, and I feel like everyone will understand that this is just a very ominous they, and they is to mean anyone in Dragongrin. It could mean each other. It's any person that comes along and decides they want to try and garner brownie points so that they're not next on the cross when the next Dawn of Truth anniversary comes around.
And the buzzing of the bees continues to drone on. And Jeremiah, you would notice that these plans, these books, these papers of Donovan's, they don't necessarily look official. And they have different markings on them that are not necessarily that of the dismembered lord, though some are. And the hum that begins to sort of emanate from outside isn't noticeable. It's inaudible at first. But all of you hear just this very odd hum that starts to become louder and louder outside the cabin.
Kathleen, never having heard this hum before, out in the woods and the fields, she looks anxious again. She says, and now more rushed, she says, we have to go. Now, I don't know what this is, but this is right, we gotta go.
Yes, out the back. We should leave at once. I don't know what that noise is.
Is there a small, perhaps a hand axe or something in a pile that Diggs might be able to just grab to use temporarily before he gets to his home?
Sure. There's probably a reasonable one. Yeah.
Yeah, he finds one. It's used for chopping wood. You can even see a couple splinters that are still kind of embedded in the handle. So he pulls it up and absolutely nods to Kathleen as if she's absolutely right.
Get the horses. We need to move.
Does anyone stay in the cabin? Are you guys going to investigate the sound, or?
Ephraim just kind of takes a glance over the cabin and notices something in the pile, and he sort of reaches down. It's just a really simple-looking small statuette. It's actually a chess piece, and he kneels down and grabs it and tucks it into his belt, something that he almost overlooked, and he'll follow after the others out to the cart.
And actually, seeing him do that, Rudy would find a rather large rabbit's foot that he also keeps. Again, it was the same thing. It's those material possessions that you absolutely overlook when you're fighting for your life or coming to terms with your own death. And he grabs that and shoves it sort of just in his pants. He doesn't have any pockets. And if anybody were making any sort of taking any action that seemed proactive, he would absolutely follow them.
So as you exit the cabin, assuming that you take Garrick's advice and go around the back, the hum becomes louder, and as you step away from the cabin, I'll ask a question. Who of you would have seen or know what a goblin looks like, do you think?
Rudy would absolutely know what goblins are. He would also, more specifically, never forget what they smell like.
Okay.
Are goblins a common sight, like in the cities of Grin, or are they more like outskirts tribal creatures?
Outskirts tribal creatures.
Then Ephraim would probably have not seen one before.
How about someone who fought for the dismembered lord?
You probably would have seen goblins.
Okay, cool.
And I imagine I might have, encountered them just kind of out in, lived in pretty remote areas. So maybe at least heard of them.
Gotcha.
Kathleen would have heard of them as well, but certainly never full-on encountered one.
So Matt cleared out some dude's basement right before level 1, and there were some rats and goblins, so he actually did. Oh, that was really good. So what you see is not a goblin. In fact, you probably wish that it was. But what you see is an amalgamation of what would probably have been a goblin a long time ago, but it's much, much larger. Though not another goblinoid. This almost looks like a goblin that has been made larger through some unnatural means. The goblins before you, there's at least a dozen or two, and they're covered in this white albino sort of paint, very primitive. But it seems as though that same similar technology that you saw embedded into the mountain, into the hills, there are pieces and parts of that worked into them, and it has a feverish blue glow. And it looks ancient, but it has become a part of their anatomy. And one with sort of odd glowing blue eye and half of his head sort of shaved back, this tall, gaunt, white goblin speaks for the rest of them, and he says, "We are the elements, and you are subject to us." And with that, we're going to end the session.
Fuck yeah.
Exposed to the elements. Oh, shit.
Can I want to take a moment and recognize Timothy Tambo Carney for running a complete, just amazing session and hitting the 4-hour mark that he set for himself.
Yeah,
I'm so
is
impressed.
Fucking achievement worthy. I mean,
Yes.
I'm so that's awesome, man.
That was great.
Dude, until the end, I didn't know, because part of me was like, I don't know, 50-50 says Tim lets us run this combat when we go for 6 hours. Who knows?
Come on, guys, it's only 3 o'clock.
Throw a beholder in there.
So, yeah,
This
there's
was
amazing.
Awesome game. This is a blast. I'm really excited. I've already got my margin notes filling in.
Oh, that's awesome.
Really excited about this.
Super cool, man. I am really glad you guys were down with this. I'm super impressed with everybody's character stuff. I love that nobody picked a character that was even remotely similar. That was super cool.
Yeah. And I didn't work with anyone else on making characters, so I'm pretty sure that was just all luck of the draw.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we just did our thing.
So I guess we'll wrap it up. I know it's getting late here on the East Coast. Thank you, everybody, for watching. And obviously, thank you all as players. What I'd love to do in closing, if it wouldn't take too long, is if it wouldn't give too much away, since this was a sandbox-style improvisational game, if you guys would just tell me one thing that you learned about your character in this session, that would be pretty cool. If you could think of one thing. So I'll go from my left to the right. Barks, do you mind starting?
Sure. I did know that he... I didn't know that his wife found a trade or hobby in growing holly, and I didn't know also that he was not a farmer. I thought he was a farmer until now, when I realized no, he just dealt with livestock, because I feel like that would be easy for a man who's a soldier all his life to retire into. Livestock, you don't need rain to grow livestock. It just kind of happens. So those were a couple things that I realized about him.
Awesome, man. Cassie?
Kathleen was originally, I talked to Tim, our DM here, about her, and I almost pictured her being like a shorter, younger Brienne of Tarth, but still very serious and quiet, and loyal to whatever her cause was. But she became a lot more emotional. Like, her actions depend on that emotion that she was feeling at that time, and she was a lot more optimistic seaweed than what I had planned. But I kind of like that, because it really shows that she is, still kind of a kid and still really new to everything, and I'm certainly happy with it. I like it.
Very cool. Yeah, that's awesome. What about you, Jimbo Jambo?
So I didn't decide really anything about my character. I made him. That was it. So I feel like I discovered a lot of things. I would say the main ones being, so far I expect that he will sort of do the laugh in the face of danger thing, but he doesn't have the confidence to back it up. He certainly doesn't have the skill to back it up. The reason I am most excited to play this character, the thing I learned is he doesn't do a lot of damage, and I'm really curious to see how that plays out. I'm very excited to, using this character, try and survive in Dragongrin, and I'll be really happy if it works out, but I won't be sad if it doesn't.
Awesome, man. What about you, Matt?
So, I learned a lot about Ephraim because I went into this session intentionally leaving a lot of the information blank. I learned that he was capable of killing someone, which I wasn't anticipating going into the session. And then I rolled a trinket for him, a token from his father. Was something that I needed to decide on later, and I rolled a chess piece. So I went ahead and included that at the end too. So I'm kind of slowly figuring out what his deal is, and I'm really enjoying playing him. He's a very different character for me.
Awesome, man. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. What about you, Nate?
Well, I think I learned that my character is not very... He's lacking in street smarts. And, there's so much in a game that is dependent on... that determines my character depending on other characters. It seems like we have some characters that are pretty street smarts. So I will go the other way because it just fits, And so I'm excited to see how that works out.
Awesome. I'll say, I was going to do a prep video, and then I thought, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to prep that much. To have to even say it out loud once was like too much. So I think tomorrow I'll probably, share my notes, which are sparse. I had a few names, really, is the max, and then a couple of little notes. But thank you all for being awesome players, because the stuff I threw at you, I didn't know what was going to happen. All I knew was that Donovan was going to show up, and I kind of had an idea of how he was going to act. But from there, you guys just took it, and it was cool, man. That was so much fun. So yeah, thanks so much. And we'll do this again sometime in the next few months. We're going to make this a when we can sort of campaign. Anything else anybody wants to say before we wrap up?
I just want to urge all of us to try to do our best to not make it in a whenever we can campaign. I'm really excited to play this character again.
Yeah, I was
I'm
thinking
really
like
excited
tomorrow,
to play.
maybe like Monday.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it. So
I gotta
yeah,
work
seriously, like,
tomorrow. Gee.
once a month, like the Provokers and like the Winds, I expect to see a doodle done, man. This is awesome.
I'll run it as often as you guys can. I love this group, and I'll run a game for you whenever. So I never want it to be a burden, but I'll run a game as often as you can. So I'll keep throwing out doodles, and we'll fill them right up. So awesome. Well, you've been joined by Barker from Be a Better Game Master, Cassie from Porch Pottery, Fox Cunning Trickster, James, who is half of Tabletop Terrors, Matt Click from A Fistful of Dice, and Nate from WASD20 and Sellsword Maps. This has been Crux, the first session of an as-of-yet unnamed campaign in the world of Dragongrin. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you guys all soon. But until then, may your dice roll high.